After failure, after failure. What don't we know about Angel Sula? What was never told to us? Fine.
My leash. It's good to see you again.
I see you're back, Exaliel. How was your trip?
Has anything occurred? Ah, it was excellent. The children back at the monastery are now well trained in sword fighting.
Good. If you have time, we can walk and talk. I believe we're going to actually be heading toward morning announcements shortly.
I see.
Currently, you haven't missed too much. We're currently prepping to go ahead and head into Yisrael
Excellent.
within the coming weeks. The primary objective,
With what? Sorry.
well, the primary objective is to stop the planned attack on Kaminari Alley. However, my objectives are to remove as many cultists as possible and figure out more information. Currently, we are only surviving by what we are grabbing from them or being fed to us.
Of course.
And it's not going to be enough. There are also many new students.
Are there?
Including one you might actually be semi-familiar with. Do you recognize the name Silverlands?
Silverlands. I'm afraid not.
They're a Pandoran family. Martial artists.
Oh. I see.
I'm at least familiar with them. I wasn't sure if you would be.
No, the affairs of Pandora are not necessarily Things that my family likes to know about.
Hmm.
Simply act when needed.
I'm curious what race they are.
You're most likely going to become more familiar with them as time passes.
I see.
All the teachers are walking into there, so now it's going to probably be soon.
Alright.
And now she's woken up.
Alright.
Morning, sleep kid.
It seems...
What were you going to say, Exalio?
Well, I was surprised to see that rabbit come back.
As was I. However, I was also pre-warned.
That's good.
I'm not gonna leave every time, hon. If you're
Mostly about not holding his previous behavior against him.
Laura,
Good.
you must be the new Centurion, right?
Yes. Right. There are a few of them,
Conversing. Make yourself at home.
Oh. Exalio,
just trying to rest down.
Yes, sir.
you don't have any trips planned for the coming weeks, do you?
No, I don't.
In which case you will be my bodyguard for when we head into Israel.
Of course. It would be a greater honor, sir.
And trust my life with yours.
Yeah, so just whenever you feel, whenever you're free, just grab me. I'm planning on just,
This is my own.
I wouldn't say take it easy, but you know, I'm gonna feel it out a bit. I just got the morning earners.
Good morning.
Whenever you're ready.
How goes progress?
Potions are done regarding health. I should be distributing more in the upcoming week regarding those.
As hard as fucking.
Be more large or small. Anti-venom, still work in progress, but it should be ready by maybe next week.
Yeah, I'm currently finalizing making gas masks. Should be done roughly next week to give them out to people.
And are there any members yet missing from your
Also, my
teams?
team is finals.
Your team is finalized?
Team is
Good.
finalized.
And you, Raga?
I picked up Geo
Uh,
since she wasn't.
I probably just felt one or two more spots. Recent, where I was just told that James is going to be on my squad, so as a Valkyrie. So
I have nothing against that addition. Do you have 2 or 3 others outside of that, or is that one of them?
the other two's the main Koa and forgot her name.
Bonnie?
Bonnie, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. So those are only those 3. You grab like 1 or 2 people, and that's it, I think.
I need just one more, technically. If it's 3 people, you
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
got. Don't we? We still have to pick up the new addition to Calvary.
I think they
Yes.
just came
could go on.
I believe one of your slots should be taken up by grabbing Osaru.
They've been here for a bit.
Okay.
No, not the.
And then
There was another person.
then that makes my squad be more heavy hitters than a support. So
They're just not around
Hmm.
often.
No, not the.
You still have 1 more. Remember, you have 5 possible slots.
With like a long tail. That versus
Yeah.
was a new person.
That's what I do, is pushing my limits.
I haven't seen him yet, no.
Force myself not to.
No, a virtue is just showing them around before they go.
Which I would suggest you grab another Valkyrie.
I was just forcing myself
Okay.
not to be.
We're grabbing the other cavalry member due to giving him experience.
Them across the table.
Yes, that is Osaru.
I deserve that.
Gotcha.
Yeah, that's a new student.
Okay.
Oh, that one. That one is a Centurion.
That could be a Calvary.
Come on. Not too bad.
I would assume
Someone's
so.
writing all of it down. An expert in the matter.
Do they not have the mark?
They've been training a lot harder than I have, so
I
I just
didn't get a
wanted to
good look
catch
at
up.
them, to be honest with you. I was in the middle of walking in and I overheard they were new, so.
I haven't been able
I
to.
mean, to be fair though, we
The
also had
past 2
Bonnie
weeks.
last week, didn't know what house she was in until I
You're not
asked
that far
her.
behind.
I have been able to
Mm-hmm.
I haven't
purchase
trained
not
them.
just
Not at all.
elements that he utilizes. So if you ever wish
But
to
yes,
Since you got in,
finalize your team today.
so I try to catch up this week.
Okay.
We need to actually start preparing. And I need to know what strategy we can go with.
I am discussing what the puppeteering to the rest of
Mhm.
the Vanguard, so that they are aware that there are more avenues to train.
Studying the last 3 weeks. So,
If nothing
Do
else.
you want me to try to distribute more potions regarding large to the other side of our cavalry?
I just need to retrieve the puppets from Virtues, of course.
Of course.
If we were to do that,
Now that we have
are
two,
there
we
enough
can
for all of
also
us?
Double team if they really want to take a challenge.
I currently have
That
3
was my idea as well. Allow me to inform Rupert really quick.
3 larges, 1 for each team on our side.
Hmm.
Back,
Aura was present for that conversation, so I imagine there are ones being produced externally. However, if that's not the case, if there's any team we have where it doesn't seem we need a large health potion,
Although I
it can be given to them.
Our attack on Israel is coming soon, or rather, our defense of Israel.
Sounds good.
We're going to be functioning off of need here.
Honestly, a little bit of A and a little bit B, if I'm going to be completely honest. But yes, actions are being taken, advance.
There's nothing wrong having a back supply as well in case of anything. But you should always have at least 1
Yes, I expect the utmost.
in case
Yes.
anything goes wrong.
I already
I'll also go ahead and
discussed
talk with Aura,
every living for
later
the time
today,
is eagerly excited,
provided I can
so
find her.
Making sure
I-
to avoid it,
I
things
expect
shadow.
nothing less.
Sounds good.
Ironwood's making sure that we're very trained.
Whatever you have planned for us, I'll be ready for it.
If you ever have external time,
Training, and then
and you've finished with all your
we make sure
potions,
that we save all that we
come
can
ask me.
before.
I think we should never stop production.
It's just a normal day.
Produce as many as possible.
Just another Tuesday.
Sounds good by me. Do you want me to start producing small
Thank you for your concern.
in the meantime?
Yes.
Also,
Ideally,
we got
everyone that
more
can use a
Vanguard.
small health potion should have
They're
one.
all literally giant red women.
It'll
Really
keep
hard to
any
bear.
of our medics from being overwhelmed. Good. If they can have multiple, that lowers the need of you to make more.
I have learned.
Yeah.
I do not know if you're aware of this, but we do
Oh,
have
mapping out the undercities can take a bit more time.
manipulated.
So,
So if you ever wish to train against them, I am more than happy
it's going to be.
We still have some slight time, along with our own maps.
Yeah.
More than happy to, sir.
Of course.
Yeah, so it's going to be a bit more. It's going to be a bit longer. So.
Morning to you, morning to you. Now this is gonna get doozy. Morning to you. Long time no see. Morning to you, morning to you, morning to you, morning to you.
Good morning.
Like we started, it's going to take about maybe a week, maybe at least, to finalize it. Maybe week or 2.
That should be fine. Get what you can. And if you can, prioritize on any areas that aren't already covered by the map we recovered from Zealand.
Apparently we're gonna be
Maximize the amount of information we have.
2 or 3 weeks.
Got it.
Ideally, we can finalize your map. I would trust it more than the one we recovered from Zirin off of a commander.
I'll get stronger and
Yeah. Luckily, I'm not in this alone. I got Beal, and I think James and another user to help out mapping out
You've
the
spoken with
areas,
Lance,
so-
yes?
Yes.
Good.
Lance. Yeah, me, Lance, and Beal. I think possibly James, but probably most like me, Lance, and Beal. We would be mapping it out.
I'm not trying to get anyone's bad side or anything. I just want to, catch up.
Good.
I think James would be a good help with it.
Than I have, so I've been trying to catch up.
Yeah. Because
I thought you were asking.
Oh, I have to get better somehow.
I'm planning on hosting another user meeting to further our plans and give knowledge to you guys. So,
Good. If that can be finalized, that'll be incredibly useful.
Why is that fine?
Currently, we only have a small area outside of Kaminari Alley. If we could get a larger perspective of that area, that'd be way more useful. Extremely so. Especially if we know what routes they're possibly going to come from.
Yep. The ones you do know is mostly filled with factories and small residential areas, so...
I might have eaten a bit of that bone on the when I eat it.
The problem is, technically, they could have actually already gotten inside of every household.
Well, it was all charred hard black. Like
Yeah.
Considering the fact they can stay hidden until they put on their masks.
That's the best. No, we don't. That's the best way to eat it.
And as well, possibly running taking over the factories as well, taking over the production over there.
Yes, most likely. But we'll learn a lot more once they first attack.
Honestly, I don't know. He is also a fire giant. No, he's okay.
I think announcement is
Still very well done.
Credit to the standing next to me. I've been using it for a while.
Let me know if there are any major developments.
Will do.
I'm plan of what a search will
I'm
be.
thinking of an idea.
But besides that, do a lot more work again today.
Good morning, Ernest.
Good morning, Blitz.
Exact details of what it will entail
Somebody?
is not 100% clear.
Oh,
It
so it's
does
fine.
entail dealing with the cultists. Yes. Might have done it, yes.
I'm assuming this is not the
Did she get any arrests?
Big followings.
Yes.
Recommend. Pardon me? Hello,
We
hello.
still have you also have a list about selected people, right? Yes.
Good morning, Selvin.
I still don't know all of the breeds yet, and I don't know Ryga's team. But I know Sabriel's team and then our side's teams.
I'm on Ryga's team.
Okay.
Ryga's team is currently not finalized.
One of you grabbed the Iron Dragon already, right?
He is already on the team.
Teams.
Good.
Less stress on me then.
Though, considering the distribution, unless we're doing a commander switch, I would believe that you would end up under my command.
I'm more about you. There's still 2 cavalry left.
That works.
Okay.
Which I will also want to speak with you later, Aura.
Second plate to another cavalry
Yes.
member since I've been gone for so
Wonderful.
long. I need to
Wait,
get
No
back
worries.
into the swing of things.
Of course. And we
Attention students! Similar morning announcements as last week. Today is going to be more training, more sparring. Today, Fontaine will be conducting a lesson using some of his armored constructs. I will also be having some of...
Listen, it's not my fault. I was told to try talking to them, so I tried talking to them. It is very confusing. They have lots of needs and wants.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe having a lesson today, depending how things go with Fontaine. But we also will have the phylacteries. All sparring will be opening for regular training. Also, attention on Valkyrie students. Later in the day, there will be a Valkyrie meeting, and Ironwood wants to have a special, I believe, a 2v2 training session later. So do keep an eye on that whenever he gets on here. He will be a little late today. Besides that, Besides that, in training, you're free to do whatever you like, please. Morning, that is for all morning announcements.
Say how I did when I wanted to do it last week, but we'll probably have
Blueberry.
Seems like today will be another busy day.
Another fight day.
2v2's not bad. Yeah.
Yes, it does seem it's going to be another fight day.
Good. I'm glad the training is mandated now instead of being encouraged.
If we're gonna do 2v2,
It's a little delayed in response, however. This only started due to the fact that we were planning to go on the trip to Israel. They decided to upscale training. At least for the relevant members.
Right.
Any help me checking up on it as well, or no?
Of course.
Let's make sure the other armors are done.
Well, at least they're starting.
one of each house plus one of other.
Got it.
I imagine you're interested in getting involved in the fighting lessons.
Of course. I want to make sure my skills are up to par, and so are all the others.
In that case, I feel a need to tell you that Lance has also been attempting to spar as many Vanguard as possible. Get a good idea of their abilities. I would recommend you work with him.
I'm also kind of glad I can
That's the goal, yes.
Yeah.
I think it would be beneficial.
No, actually, I saw you last week.
Especially on
Well,
being the most efficient with your time.
Did you get taller or did I get shorter?
right.
I think you got shorter
I
there.
need to make sure I know all the new students as well.
So, you do have a team support?
There's several in cavalry, several Vanguard. Seems all of the houses received a selection of them.
Yeah, it's gonna be
Centurion being the least, I believe.
leads, so most likely gonna be
Speaking of the new students
Valkyrie to help out.
and the dispersion amongst the different houses.
Understood. Gonna go find the intrusive thoughts mall.
I'm sorry, I did not quite hear.
Koa,
I said speaking of the new students and the dispersion amongst all the different houses. How many are going to Centurion? How many going to Vanguard?
Oh, Bonnie.
I believe we have 2 new Centurions.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe one arrived earlier today.
Gonna be another cavalry member.
Vaguely
one of the new
draconic.
cavalries. Osiris?
Oh, yes. Celeste
That
is
one.
there. Indeed.
Sounds good.
And then Letty.
And I was told to possibly grab another Valkyrie, just in case. So...
I'm uncertain if I've met any more Vanguard. Besides Impa.
Sorry, I was flabbergasted by it.
Good morning.
I have not yet seen input today. Yes, there are also several that haven't actually been present today.
Good morning, Kokiri.
Good morning, Let's.
Hope you're feeling alright. Me and Minutes are now joining over here to see what is going on over the side.
Unfortunate.
Before starting today's work.
Everything seems
Is
to
this
be
a
fine.
common occurrence?
We're just discussing the new Centurions and Vanguard.
At least not that I am aware of.
He looks
Though,
upset.
if I did have to ask myself, I have not seen Hezekiah besides
Yeah.
the first day of, that we were introduced.
Yeah, because originally I was
Otherwise.
going to try to get at least
Good morning.
mostly a support
Noted.
and heavy hitters. So
He may be upset.
He has been mostly
Hopefully Archons is back with his family trip this week so we can talk to him. We're going to discuss with him, Aura, and Winter. And get more strategies confirmed. Say this is what you talk to your teams about. Get back with your answers. Luckily, we already have all been talked out. I've already informed Aura of it too.
And also,
But we still need to figure out everyone's team.
It'll most likely be better
Especially because
to at least
everyone
increase
has
my
been 50 by
insight
now.
into everyone's
So I was
abilities.
talking to
I'll most likely be
Winter
present.
No, Winter. I talked to Archons with some letters on that.
is going to be finalizing for my squad,
I'm
and
so
then after
uncertain.
that
Who we
to
have besides myself and Q.
There's also several things I need to talk to you about.
If I remember correctly, it was you, Q,
Understood, sir.
and Amaris.
I'll be available whenever.
tactics
Ah, yes.
and whatnot.
So we still need 2 more. If you're gaining
Actually, it would be best to get this out of the way. If you're available to speak now.
I know they say
Yes, because of winter.
I'm going to have Gio attend as well as a guest.
Thank you for letting
For
me.
input on some stuff.
No worries.
Take it back for you.
He's all you can float.
Please hand me your sword. Alright. I'm going to want you to join me in Mission VC.
Cool. Where the fuck is it? There it is.
Can you hear me all right?
One more time, sir.
Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you now, yes.
I'm unsure what any of this... You're going to have to follow along for an interesting story.
I see.
Something occurred a week ago that I believe both you and Sabriel have a right to know. I walked in on the ritual room, and I witnessed Virtues and Sayori doing star heraldry. While doing star heraldry, they called down a single star, called the Star of Protection. They took the form of one of us, an angel.
Interesting.
Specifically, it was of the ancient depictions of us.
The ancient angels.
Yes.
So,
Ones of forms without bodies.
I see.
More wings and shapes than person. They referred to themselves as the Star of Protection. And they were both praising and insulting Virtues for his ability to defy fate, including praising him for rejecting the oath that was offered to him and becoming a fallen angel.
What?
I had a similar reaction. After which, they spoke to me. Where, when I asked what their relation is to angels, It was said that they're part of the reasons angels exist. I'm afraid that's all the information I have.
Nevertheless, this is a worrying revelation of sorts.
It is. I have never heard of this star.
Neither have I.
I was both hoping and worried you might have.
No, I'm unfamiliar.
Which, I'm pretty sure were I to ask Sabriel, I would receive a similar answer. Even virtues didn't seem to recognize it. Which, if they're part of the reason for our creation, why don't we know about it?
That is truly strange.
I'm afraid I've got no concrete evidence other than that. Nothing useful or actionable. However, with more star heraldries in the future, I am going to get answers.
Right. Is our history different from the way we perceive it?
Possibly. I'm uncertain what actual relation the Star of Protection has to our kind. It's very possible all of that is a lie.
Right.
I know not the rules for stars. I imagine they can appear how they wish. We also have no verification their name actually means something. It could be one large lie.
Right. Well, please let me know as soon as you get anything else, sir.
I shall. You and Sabriel are in this with me. This academy has quickly become something I was not expecting upon joining it.
Right. Quite a few things here aren't as they seem.
Yes. Whether or not it's dead rulers living inside automatons, or it's the fact that the stars can be called down and seem to create more questions than answers.
This worries me, but we can't let it affect our resolve for the upcoming battle.
No. No, it will not. We have enough to focus on with Yisrael. The current plan for Yisrael, I am one of the High Commanders, along with Aura.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear it.
You will be my bodyguard. It is your job to protect me. My commanders will be actually carrying out the mission.
I see.
There's potentially not going to be a lot of large open spaces. Instead, they'll be enclosed buildings. The environment is going to be cramped and against our kind. Flying may be impossible to inconvenient.
I can deal with that.
For you and I, should it be taking place in a building, we will not be going inside.
Understood.
I will continue to be overwatch outside of the building.
Understood, sir.
And now I've held your sword long enough. There's a lot we currently don't know. I'll keep you updated as I learn more. And if you see Sabriel, please let her know I wish to speak with her.
Will do, sir.
Surveillance.
As you probably are well aware, right now I don't really feel in the mood of, for mistakes, considering what's at stake.
I'm glad
No,
we're
I
thinking the
understand
same then.
Which is why I'm literally now gonna go and look for a Winter, because I need to get all of my commanders, if possible, for a meeting. If they cannot, I don't even think the team can even work.
Bye bye.
You've not yet been able to speak with them?
No,
And
last week, as I did inform you, you knew the
Of course.
situation,
Yes.
and I'm not gonna accept this day. If they cannot make for a simple meeting today, they have no place on the field.
When you are finished with that. Currently, I've had Reed develop multiple large health potions. It'd be good after our teams to be finalized to figure out which teams need them more, on either mine or your side. The large health potions will take the place of a healer, in the event someone is going to die without one. I've been directing Reed to develop multiple small health potions, in case a healer is not present, for smaller injuries. Ideally, we should have one for each member that can make use of them.
Good to know.
I know
Wasn't
on
it
all
people that was
sides.
allergic to it?
I have not yet been able to figure out which students are allergic to it. I need a teacher to actually disclose that to me. Valkyrie will not.
Let's see here. Winter does not seem to be in sight.
Wonderful,
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful.
I'm just sitting to ask more of an intel way moving around. It was mostly did what it was.
Wait, is that Winter?
I don't know who's by the hot springs.
You recall Winter, I think that's Pure.
The Beal. So good check. Beal? Oh, thank you. Do you know what Winter is, by the
Beal and
way?
Winter over there. They're both over there.
Oh, Beal and Winter.
Oh, wonderful.
Lucky
Can't see them.
stars.
They're sent over there.
Thank you for your help, dear. Also, by the way, we're going to try and talk to the leaders today. Hopefully Archon's back from his family trip. If he's not, then we're just going to grab you for your team and talk to you guys of, like, He has a general
I am the
idea
backup
or
in case
has all
You were the second in command, Lycos?
I am the backup command. Hmm?
You were the second in command then?
Yes.
Worst case
Archon's
scenario,
agreed.
we can try.
Archon's agreed and has trust in me, so that's why he's making me second. For his service.
Medic from my team, that song's
Question.
technically my second in command.
Do you know if Archon is on the campus or not?
He's not here, Colonel.
Are you aware if he's gonna be
Hello, Wolfcrow.
on the campus later?
He usually tries to make sure he can make it at least bi-weekly. I don't know for certain. Last letter said he wishes to be here to find a fifth member and to discuss ideas he had, but if anything, you can deliberate to me and then I can...
How have your studies gone with your magic?
Sorry, could you say that again, sir?
How have your studies gone with your magic?
Oh, yes. I've been able to infuse it into my legs.
Good progress.
So that... Thank you. I have an idea of where I wish to go next, but...
What is that?
Test my skills against one of the dolls first. See if it's useful.
I believe that will be occurring later on.
Yes. That's the goal. I noticed that my skills would be difficult against larger enemies with a significant amount of armor. So that sword slashes may not penetrate as well as they should. I was thinking of making... Since I'm able to create a magical shield out of my flames, I was thinking maybe I could make a larger sword out of it as well. Or at least extend the reach of my own blades so that I can hit their head from the ground. And they have to worry about me a lot more.
Would one of Fontaine's knights work for your purposes in testing that?
It's possible, but I think ideally I'd like to fight one of the flame-breathing constructs. But anything will do.
Yes. You will have to be aware for them. They're not just fire. I would actually recommend you avoid fighting them. They're primarily dark and fire, and they're made out of iron. They're quite literally one of the worst opponents for us.
I was aware. That's why I wish to find a way to counter them, so in the situation that I find that I have to fight one, I'll be better prepared.
Yes, if you can find a method, that'd be incredibly useful. We currently have several methods amongst the students, including the fact they seem to despise mine, or at least my particular flavor of light magic.
A shame. Your light magic is wonderful, sir.
Thank you.
Hey, Tinjo. I've acquired the puppets.
I see. Is there a line of students waiting to fight, or is it just me?
You're the first one. Next is next up. The only one I'm not currently. It is yourself, Silas, I believe, and then Wilhelm have expressed wanting one of the newer students. He is a Valkyrie, I believe. There was a smaller wave of students that introduced 3 new Vanguard and 2 new members in every other household.
I see. Well, in that case...
I have already talked to all of them. If you ever need information on them, please let me know.
No, well, it's more of... I was asking if Silas and Wilhelm would like to join me in fighting one of the large fire-breathing constructs.
I would also like to test something with the constructs.
That is okay too. We may test that. If you would like. Wilhelm is right there, and I know Silas just went to go get some food. I will let him know if you are okay with that.
Thank you. I'll go ask Wilhelm then.
I will be right back now.
Splitting up there. Is it my things I go over getting in there?
Going on a big mission to go save them in about 2 weeks, roughly, maybe longer, depending how things go.
We training now in order to do that.
Makes sense.
Nako versus Nova then.
Huh?
Yeah.
I was looking at the spar, yes.
Is this something you wanted to test to be joining with them, or is this something?
No, it's best if no one else is present during the test I wish to run.
Understood. I will grab you at a later date then.
Understood.
Oh, ankle biter. I'm sure it's I'm sure you're that. Exactly. That's rude.
You're also a bitch.
Hey, be nice. You fuck. You're really good with that shit. I don't like this.
Nova, use your shield as a weapon.
Don't tell them that.
This is sparring! You're supposed to learn! Yeah, exactly.
Who's winning?
No contest.
What is the specific of this test? Is that actually fully a doll, or is that Lance pretending to be one?
I believe it is Lance puppeting one.
Are you physically inside that?
Not quite. Any attacks that hit this will not hit me in specific. However, I am effectively piloting this being.
With the test I was going to run with myself was a durability test of this construct.
It wouldn't be exact to the actual constructs, as these puppets are a little bit weaker for safety.
Understood.
But it will be a good measure up, if that is the case.
My worry is about killing you.
puppet, I will be okay.
If I were to destroy the puppet, when would you start being vulnerable again? How many seconds?
I will be, what is it, ejected, so to say. I will be a distance away from the puppet, nowhere near it.
That's good to hear.
Taking safety measures, and so has Professor Virtues to make sure that this is stable and safe, even if I am to be completely annihilated.
I wish not to turn you to dust, Lance.
Of course not, which is why I took the safety measures. So, this is quite awkward.
Yeah, I admit that surprised me too. I was not expecting fighting themes.
What?
It's currently Lance piloting one of the constructs.
Oh.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, we are not. It is not recommended that we fight any of them alone. So, would you like to join me?
Are you currently still composed out of iron? As one of these puppets.
I feel comfortable with fighting them right now. I jumped on the back of one of them and started.
If you are
hammering my
1-to-1, except for being
You're not
weaker,
hitting that weak spot. The weak spot's the head.
then you are composed out of
I
iron.
know, but I said I basically I jumped on top of it from the back when it was focused on by stone, and I started hammering it like
These are not
in its weak spot, basically with my fists.
It would hurt the angels.
Use my dark, of course.
Feel like positive, if anything.
This doll specifically, I know for a fact these constructs are made out of iron. At least, in the way the cultists use them. Understood.
The one that I utilize is not a pure iron one. However, the cultists will utilize iron.
I need to figure out who I'm gonna spar.
Now then, Gohan, will you be joining us?
Oh, sure. Yeah, why not? I mean, I did go sparring all last month. I don't mind doing another sparring.
It's me? No one yet, but they're practicing against a
I asked these questions before, Willem.
piloted by Lance.
However, I am not near the body.
Yeah, Wilhelm. Wilhelm. Yes, I just finished asking these questions. He's not in any danger, you don't have to hold back.
Understood, I'm gonna test the new sword then.
Are you all ready then?
Mostly. Kinda. Probably. Probably not.
Let us begin.
I don't believe I've ever actually spoken to any of Fontaine's knights. Are you an actual creature?
No, this is still me, Fontaine. I am in my office currently more in a trance-like state while I control this armor.
What's the composition of your armor?
So it's just steel. That's for sure. I make sure that I'm not going to bring anything made of iron, at least for training purposes, because I'm aware of how we have, well, angelic students here. I'd rather not harm them.
I appreciate the concern.
At most, it does have some. Since it is steel, though, it is still technically with iron in it. So, but of course, not to such a high degree. It at most will just irritate the skin, but it's not going to at least leave severe damage.
I appreciate that then, Fontaine.
Of course.
Is this related to the lesson you wish to do?
Yes.
I believe we'll have this
I merely seek to test at least any of the students who wish to more hone their hand-to-hand combat. The goal is to hopefully hone their skills with, at least to best word it, being able to defend yourself and even face an opponent without the use of your magic.
That was depressing.
As much as I'd like to teach more on the magical side of things, it is still important to keep in mind that there is the possibility that on the field you are going to be left low on your mana, and you're at that point going to be left with nothing but your bare hands or whatever weapons you have on you.
I'm well aware. Currently, mana is the only thing out of health, mana, and energy that I have to worry about.
Yeah, apparently I was
Precisely.
up with Fontaine for lessons. I'm not 100% sure on that though.
It's generally why I only use my magic in bursts.
I meant
Good to see you, Menace.
the meeting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
My goodness. I have to make sure that I don't stay in this armor for too long, just because the more stress that the armor undergoes, the more I have to focus my mind in order to keep it from just falling apart.
It loses efficiency with damage then?
Well, you're pink,
Yes.
so shut up.
Well, more so because the more that it gets thrown around, the more I have to think of it like a puppet with strings, in a sense. Too much damage to one string and it'll end up breaking. If it breaks, well then there goes an arm, for example, that I can no longer control.
Well, you don't have to fight it as much. You don't have to fight it necessarily. I'm the one
Hmm.
who's protects my spells too later.
Are you doing this through runes?
Morning sun.
Yes, there are runes etched on the inside of the armor in order to keep it basically connected to me. From there, I'm able to, with at least a good amount of time, essentially have to enter more of a trance state. I just sit in my office, more so focus, and from there I'm able to individually control it. And from there, back to the puppet on a string analogy. However, if the runes get damaged on the inside, or as I mentioned before, if I end up having to, well, expend more mana on certain parts, it could end up leaving another one weaker, and thus it is going to sever those connections.
I had realized runes were versatile. I don't think I ever truly thought about how versatile.
But I don't have to worry about it anymore. That's good.
Yes. Again, they are, as best described, they are a very, they're a near universal tool. Keyword is near because, well, you can do almost anything with it. It's still the fact of you're limited to your mana pool.
Yes.
Any of you students currently, if you tried to, well, control any of my armor, for example, for more than about 10 minutes, it would start getting to be more difficult. Especially if you're having the armor be further and further away from you.
A twofold problem then. Both efficiency due to lack of experience with runes along with mana pool size. I've seen your mana pool.
Precisely. And this is about, I want to say, roughly three quarters of the distance I can make with this armor.
What's wrong with him?
About campus then.
I mean, here, wait.
Pretty much.
Oh, wait.
I'm able to,
May I pick you up?
which luckily enough makes it easier since the school is directly in the center. Makes it so I can at least freely roam around the school with my armor. But if I were to try and take, for example, the armor outside the school and stay here, it would just fall apart.
I was also recently introduced to the concept of a copy rune through Willem. I'd like to learn how to make that if possible.
I still don't get.
They seem useful.
Made him look
Yes, they can be a bit tricky though.
Stand more like right here.
The best way of wording it, copy runes, while helpful, yes, you could run into some issues of having whatever you're making a copy of simply be a bit more malformed. So let's take it as a sword. If you don't do it properly, you could have a sword that's more bent or more wavy in shape. Or, for example, if you don't have the means to actually stop the rune from doing the actual spell of copying it, then it could just end up making a copy and then a copy and then and just
An infinite loop.
Runes are interesting because you still need to be able to have a means to make it stop. Because some runes, while they can just be channeled, they can be activated by just mana being channeled into it. Some of them, they're a bit more tricky and they require more complex setups. Things like making sure that, for example, you may have to use runes that are able to store mana within them for later usage, ones that are able to halt all the other runes, things of that nature. In order to properly make sure that you are not expending too much of your mana. The worst case scenario I've ever seen was there was, well, a very confident runesmith, to put it lightly, very much thought that, well, he could just simply keep etching runes and runes onto all of his gear, and, well, to best word it, he made a very, very powerful shield, able to, with the rune work that he's done, well, very well crafted, he was able to deflect a good amount of magic, even reflected back, and on top of that, it was as durable as could be. Some durability that could rival even some of the armor I've made. However,
The tragedy.
he put them all on the same object, so it is now just a shield that essentially puts you more into a comatose, if not near comatose state, if you even try to trigger all the runes at once.
It's nice to meet you. I'm guessing
I see.
The shield is just now, at this point, it's just rendered useless. It's just a shield with a bunch of etchings in it, and you can't even activate all of them without just passing out.
Yeah, my brain's going is I don't know if that's like
Unless you had a significantly large mana pool.
Oh, yeah.
Somewhat beyond comprehension large.
Oh, absolutely. You would have to have a mana pool that is just obscenely large. But in order to even activate possibly half, if not all the runes on that shield. And though, just to make sure that it didn't cause any issues, it was promptly just basically scrapped down. And, well, it served as a lesson to make sure that people don't just try to use runes as this answer to everything. Because you need to make sure you understand, you need to have some level of restraint. You can't just slap out. You can't have, for example, just a whole bunch of different enhancement runes on your armor, because then the moment you throw it on and try to trigger it, oh, well, look at that. Now Irenaeus is comatose on the floor because he didn't have the mana to, for example, sustain it. Things like that.
I did not know that was an actual concern. However, I also am not interested in runes for typical reasons. I have no need for runes that deal damage or increase defense. I'm looking for more obscure ones with utilities, such as the copy rune.
I see.
I don't need any more offense.
Keep in mind that when it also comes to copy runes, that there are technically two versions of the copy rune. There's two variations. There's one that makes a copy that, once the rune is deactivated, it just gets rid of every copy it's made. Essentially, it's like just more some think of it like making illusions. And then there is the more advanced one, which is effectively duplicating an item. The only problem is that that one is a more advanced one that takes a lot more time in order to master, and significantly a lot more mana in order to actually utilize, because you're drawing a lot more strength well, it's a rune that needs to draw more mana in order to utilize it, considering its strength.
I'd be more interested in the duplication. I would find it a useful skill to have to be able to duplicate documents that I may come across in the future.
So, duplicating things for like documents would be easier. As long as you're not trying to duplicate something that's a bit more tricky, such as, for example, metals and like rare minerals, because those are a lot more difficult to do.
No, I find myself far more interested in information than materials.
Because back to actually another example, blacksmith who fought, same actually blacksmith who ended up making that crummy shield. I had to explain to him more so how to properly utilize runes, gave him a few lessons, and had to explain also when it comes to runes such as the more duplication version of the copy rune. He saw it as an answer for like, oh, perfect, so if I have all these, if I have a small amount of metal, I can just keep duplicating and
If I have one of something, I can have infinite amounts of something.
Precisely, like that's not how that works, because not only is it one of the few runes that does, in a sense, decay and degrade much faster than others, but at the same time, if you are trying to make a copy of something that is at least larger or even a lot more dense, then obviously it is going to take a bit more. Something like paper, it's flimsy. It comes from the trees itself. So, if it's just the paper, that's fine. But something, for example, as like a gold or an iron bar or even a copper bar, you're now trying to make something that's more dense, more, at least
has more mass
than just something that's paper. Precisely. The more mass it has, the less likely it is to actually function. That's why most people who actually use this rune are, to be honest, it's mostly just politicians, really. Just any of the
scholars,
council members, people, yes,
those
scholars,
who would deal
members,
with documents.
Precisely. It's pretty much just used for documentation because even individuals who are, for example, like myself, are virtuous, who are well trained and have years of experience, we even would have trouble doing something of that nature because, again, it's still rune work at the end of the day. It's not just the answer to everything.
I'm aware.
Now,
I find myself struggling to figure out something to supplement my abilities.
Now, keep in mind, you could always just, like, someone like me or virtuous, we can definitely use it to possibly copy, like, one iron bar, or even just a small dagger, or a short sword, but pretty much that's it. And then afterwards, either our mana pool is going to be quite drained, because if we try to keep doing it, it's just going to be a lot more taxing, or the room's just going to be degraded. So that's why most people just don't use it for anything other than documentation, but it is very helpful for those who use it for documentation, to say the least. Very useful to keep everything in check.
I'm more interested, along with things like the copy room, of finding more obscure runes with hidden uses, like the copy room.
Fair enough. Well, I could show you some of the more obscure ones, but of course, within reason, it'll take some time to properly learn them, but I have no problem doing any sort of these runic lessons.
I have no worry about time. I have far too much time. Especially if it's something that'll be incredibly useful.
Switching wherever we need to be to support you guys.
Because I think most likely
just make sure that if you end up teaching it to anyone later in the future, just make sure they don't try to just do what at least any people in the past don't try to just see it as like, oh, let me just keep copying and copying. It's like, no, you're just going to end up just wasting your time because eventually it's just going to degrade or you'll pass out. One of the two. One of them is bound to happen first. Runes are always as the best way I've always taught it. Runes are a gateway into being able to teach someone, or correction, more so, grant access to someone the means of casting spells when their innate spellcasting ability is lacking. And on top of that, it provides more avenues to at least offer more utility. But they are not the answers to everything. I'm a walking example of that. I use my runes and I use them for more adding extra utility because, well, being honest, my spellcasting ability has always been, well, lackluster. I'm not as good at casting spells as someone such as Virtues or even Jakuno or Sayori. But because of my extensive work with runes, I'm able to keep up.
Exalio.
Yes, my liege.
Watch for Osaru's wing. It's composed of iron.
I see. Thank you.
Even if you're not saying it. So what, you checked it? Like that's something
Yeah, I mean, I'm finally off injured reserve, so finally get back to sparring and doing some training.
I'm actually going to go ahead and start doing some sparring already.
How have you not gotten hit?
When it comes to my centurions, though, I do ask that you hopefully participate, but I will be kind enough as to not make it mandatory. It's optional for everyone.
You know me.
I am not occupied as the exact second.
Thinking having more such as I am more healed than combat.
After this, I wish to run the durability test.
As soon as he didn't get busy, he got busy.
Are you really a Silverlance?
Oh no, he totally got to before me. The pain, the double.
These aren't typical Silverlance abilities.
I'm discussing with the Valkyries here to give some recommendations or suggestions.
Oh, is that the Pandorian?
It is. Silas Silverlance.
I see.
I need to get back in. I need to speak with each one of them.
No, I heard you. What you mean? That is the
I need to get used to fighting close. They're not gonna give me a break every time.
No, they will not.
Of course. Hello, Irenaeus.
Hello. I'd like you to become the construct. I would like to run this durability test.
The PC hung up really funny and hard to say at the same time. Oh, there he goes. He's running away. What is perambulating mean?
Just means like walking a lot.
I don't actually need you to attack.
He's fine. He seemed like he was like stressed. He had his hands.
I understand, but I'm doing the best I can to make sure that I do not.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, since the first day we saw him,
He seems more upset.
Hmm.
Why would I ever to mess with that guy?
failed then. Thank you, Lance.
Actually, I think I need to remind you not to mess with anything.
Like where you falter a little bit, or where anyone on your team falters, and try to like patch that too.
A successful test, sir. At least on appearance.
I would say so. I wanted to see if it could survive it.
I'm talking like physically, like I.
However, that one is weaker than the versions we've encountered, so it's possible that it may still survive it.
Right.
Thank you for administering that test, Lance.
Of course. I'll be preparing that dummy later, as it requires me to actually do more training, which I'm happy with. Hello.
I suppose you're welcome.
What is his new weapon?
Hello.
A katana bell song.
Yeah, pretty much in terms of spells they have
Butterfly.
healing spell.
It's a butterfly knife.
Were you also interested in doing
Katana, yeah.
A massive butterfly
Way
katana.
too big.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I see.
I hate it. I fucking hate it.
I think.
The butterfly knife with
You're not?
compensation.
Divination, so.
You can say no.
Yes, it's very much compensating.
Now, I do
I
have
see.
a spell of my
I
own
understand.
which have a healing
use
spell,
that.
but that buff people's strength temporarily.
You could talk. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's all. That's more than fine.
I'm
Matt,
interrupting you,
relax.
Sabriel.
Oh, hello.
I am
Hi.
not here.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
But like, it's okay.
I'm discussing about finalizing my
I'm trying to
squadron.
help him figure out the last one.
When you have a moment after this, Sabriel, I'd also like to speak with you.
Hezekiah wants to talk to you.
Okay. Yeah, of
Understood.
course.
Ideal situation, it won't be. It won't
Hello,
be
Hezekiah.
We are honestly.
Hello.
I guess that's. I mean, I
Yes,
guess
as you just walked past.
that's the plan.
A moment of your time, I need you to gather the vanguard.
Created for a team in the middle, but depends how many teams we have.
Conversation.
You got one that's very offensive. We're balanced on my team. So we're thinking probably more supportive for his team. That's why you were saying look up to Valkyrie. Honestly, I haven't really seen what all of this is, but I would.
No, because he forms the metal he creates. So I feel like he's required to go hand to hand.
Do ensure you're fixing up efficiently once we're done.
Welcome.
Hello.
Currently, he is unallowed, or disallowed, of using his magic. So it is purely practice on handling ourselves and defending ourselves without assistance.
It's good experience.
We had to deal with it last time, and it was particularly rough for Manstone, so it's not bad practice.
Especially since abilities that remove your access to your magic exist.
Learned that one with Winter.
As did I.
2.5 minutes left.
No, that's it.
I, however, found it
I
can't
believe it's
interfere with my
slightly worse
life.
for us.
Simply the way I express it.
I'll give you that then, Star.
Most likely. It disrupted my barrier, so...
If I had a heart, I'd probably be beating so fast right now. Oh.
That is why we do these trainings, to make sure that you know how to handle it without your
That was kind of scary.
Yeah, no, I'd be pretty scared too, because I had some of my weapons.
I believe you might need to practice with me then if hand-to-hand isn't for
was slightly drawn
The last
on
meeting
how I
I
can try
had
to use
was
both of these
the
at the same
Israelians,
time.
and that's the last time I actually spoke.
Which is very
Like a
difficult.
lot of
Sorry,
time.
this is
Okay, it was a catch my breath.
Yeah,
Which I'm gonna do that again. Which I'm gonna be doing again tonight. So, with another. Yeah.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Alright, I'm gonna leave you to make your choice.
Mm-hmm.
If you have any other questions, feel free to find me.
Yeah. How many new vanguards do we have?
Oh, well, now he's interested in that.
I'm still willing to speak with you, Sabriel.
At least 2 others.
I would believe 3.
Yeah, but
New ones.
Okay,
that's
we can go talk.
options. Either one of them would be good.
Yeah.
Where would you like to talk?
I was going to go find a place to sit down.
Okay.
Start with.
You doing alright?
Unsure.
Appreciate the honesty.
I endeavor to be honest.
Why do you have a bunch
Gabriel, your wings look
bitches?
more smooth than Irenaeus's.
I have a different feather pattern than he does.
Yeah. His is more like long strands, and yours is like bird wings. You want a bell pepper?
There are different
Not right now.
feather patterns along with wing styles that tend to go through angels.
You want a bell
You'll
pepper?
Yes.
There you go.
You're going to watch me eat it.
Yes.
Oh, that shouldn't have come on. Is there something else I can help you with?
No, did you like it?
It's alright.
Okay.
We'll go have a talk real quick, alright?
Okay.
If you need me later, come find me.
Okay.
I wasn't expecting you to actually just like bite into it.
I don't suppose why I shouldn't.
I don't know, I never thought of bell peppers as something I'd want to just eat. Usually I like chop it up, put it in like a salad or cook it with other food. It's never something I'm just eating on its own, I guess. Not that it'd be bad or that I wouldn't like it, it's just
I would say raw
to me
versus
it belongs
cooked.
with other things.
A cooked has more flavor. However, it still has some of its flavor while raw.
That's fair. I mean, like, if I put it in a salad, it's usually... Well, no, because it would be a more mild flavor, but it's mixed with, like, everything else, so...
I don't eat often, so I try to savor it.
Yeah. Although, I feel like I've been eating more since I got here, because people like to offer food to people. A lot more than,
Yes, they do.
my family's used to.
Suppose we can speak here. Though, could you hand me an item of yours? It could be your sword, cavalry pin. I think this is one of the conversations where we should have it
Could hold the shield.
privately.
That's fine. Hey,
Could you go to mission, VC?
I didn't see what that was. And now I'm concerned. Only slightly.
Until it's an issue, I refuse to make it into one. Do you know I can see you, Copperbeard?
Ah, you can.
Do you often just dip?
There's very little I don't see.
No, you're right. Yes, I forgot you like virtues in that matter. And
Please don't
not
compare me to
always.
virtues.
Oh. Okay then. Well, angels then.
That works for me.
Anyways, yes. Sometimes, you know. Oh, I like sometimes to take a dip now and then. And honestly, I was just trying to see if I could reach that. They tried to drown a rat in this fountain. And I mean, it's not strange for someone to be swimming in it now.
Well, I mean, there's like
And-
3 other places that are specifically made for people to get into.
That is what. That is why it's good to adapt yourself. If it's adaptation, I do this, nobody suspects it. Exactly. Also, I was just trying to get up there, but missed the landing. So it was plunge.
That's fair.
I see.
You know. Sorry if I was disturbing something.
It's alright,
It's okay,
but we
we're
are
just gonna
trying to have a talk.
I'll leave you to it then. And while I try to find where I left Blueberry. Probably in that direction.
Oh dear.
You can hear me alright, can't you? I imagine it's odd. You're not yet used to this form of talking.
I'm used to talking to other people, not having people talk to me as much. Still a little bit weird.
It is. There's an event you should know about. I've already spoken to Xalie about this, but it's more relates to us as our kind. And I feel you have a right to
In a good way
know.
or in a bad way? Like,
It's too early to tell. It really is.
wonderful. Great.
You might want to take a seat,
I've been sitting all day.
if you'd like
I've been
to stand.
dealing with headaches all day and sitting most of the day. I can stand for a little bit.
Around a week ago, I walked in on a star heraldry being performed by Saorian virtues. A star descended.
Wait, that's the like special kind of
Orocomancy.
decoration, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's the one where the stars themselves are called in order to provide answers. However, the specific star that descended called themselves the Star of Protection and took the form of an angel.
Okay.
In the following conversation, they both praised and insulted Virtues for the fact he defies fate. And especially that he rejected his oath and became a fallen angel.
Okay.
I'm uncertain if you know what that means.
No, I was told that. I remember you talking with me about those.
Yes, the stain on their wings displays them as betrayers.
I think I'm more confused as to why a star would care, I guess.
I'm getting into that, yes. With the following conversation, I also got the chance to speak with them. They seemed to dislike oaths themselves, and also claimed that they were part of the reason why our kind exists. As in, they're part of the reason angels were made.
Is the assistant currently?
Sorry, I got distracted with them. Repeat that? It's hard for me to get used to this still with other people and then listening to you and then listening to them because I instinctively want to listen to passive
You will
conversations.
eventually learn how to filter them out. It's a skill that comes with time. I have no doubt you'll figure it out. With the following conversation, it seems that the Star of Protection favors virtues heavily, and also claims that we angels are not how we're supposed to be. We were originally meant to be different. They did not elaborate on this. I don't have a lot of information about this for you, but I wanted to double check something. Have you ever heard of the Star of Protection before? Or more specifically, have you ever heard of the Star of Protection in relation to angels?
I don't think so.
Neither have I. Neither has Exalio. Neither has Virtues.
Oh. Okay.
I think you understand what I mean by that.
I completely understand what you mean.
Apparently they were critical in our creation, yet we know nothing of them. Not a bit. It's very possible that the star is simply just lying to us. I'm uncertain what fits the whimsy of the stars.
I was gonna say, like, how do we know they're actually an angel? You said it took the form of one, but...
They took the form of one, yes. However, they never claimed to be an angel. They only claimed to be a star.
Okay.
I believe it's your right to know about this, even if I don't quite understand it.
I appreciate it.
I'm still attempting to figure it out.
If I find anything, I'll let you know.
Please, if I find out anything more, I'll pass it along to the both of you.
Very much appreciate it.
This school gets odder every day.
Yeah. Yeah. From its... I mean, the grounds themselves have some interesting points of interest, and then the things that they seem to have gotten involved in, and the teachers themselves seem sometimes more than they let on. It's a very weird place indeed. Like, very, very weird.
It is.
On a, well, I guess
Yes.
kinda lighter note, I did hear back from my mother.
Oh. And what did you say?
I had asked her where she had found me and, well, me and my younger brother, but he's, like, there's a part of Serenity and Ontario that are by each other, right?
Yeah.
Like a big wall.
I'm familiar.
And she said to the right-hand side, there's a curve in the water, like in the ocean. And if you head kind of southwest, or southeast, you end up in Israel.
You wish to speak with me?
Oh, hi.
Single moment, please.
They found me when they were heading out of Ontario and heading to Israel, near the border. And apparently my mother had tried asking some questions to try and figure out what had happened, and she didn't want to give the full detail of me to the people she asked because from what she saw when she got there, it didn't seem like a beast attack or anything that had killed an angel that was there.
And what did it look like?
She said it looked like people had done it.
Do you have a date for this? A potential date?
I mean, I'm 20-ish, and she found me when I was like 3, brother when he was 1, so 18 years? 17 years, technically.
I'm going to look through my family's records. If this kind of incident would have been noted, it would have been written down. Especially considering from what you were describing, my family was not too far. We are always at the border.
She said that the only reason she even found me and my brother was because of my father. He's very good at seeing through magic. Not like magic sight, but he just sees through things sometimes. And apparently there was light magic that was cloaking my brother and me, so that no one would see us.
This raises questions.
Yeah.
What your family was doing out there. Not the ones who saved you.
Yeah. Most people don't go into Ontario, even...
Angels do not go into Ontario.
Yeah. There's also that.
Getting more than a mile away from the border into Ontario usually removes our ability to fly.
So I've heard.
It's too cold. I'm going to write to my family. I'm going to see if I can find more records for you.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Of course.
There is, I guess, kinda good news.
Yes. What is it?
There was only one body.
And whose was it?
My mother's. Yeah, at least that's what she thinks. So. I've kind of been putting off asking the questions I should have asked a long time ago for a while. So, when I started asking about Ontaria, well, not Ontaria, about where she found me, I think she realized what I was trying to do. And she kind of told me everything that she found that day. So.
If you'd like to speak about it, I'll always be here.
Maybe some other time. I don't really know how to fully feel about it. It's like losing someone you never even knew. You know you're connected to them, but you have no history with them, have no memories of them, no knowledge of them, no anything of that they even existed until that moment, and it's sorry.
No, I think I understand. I felt similarly. Reading about dead family from protecting the border. Pandoran attacks. And terriers. Pelhams usually go through a history lesson at a young age. And there's a lot. So I can very much understand how you feel.
I'm sorry to just kind of blit. I don't have another word for it.
It's fine. Your family. So I'd like to be there for you when I can.
I'm not a poem.
It is a fundamental belief of the Pelhams that all angels are family. Whether or not they be true blood, silent, radiant. And especially considering that your light half comes from your angelic side, and more than likely comes from Serenity. You are family. So I want to help you.
You've already been helping me.
Yes. But there's more where I can help you.
Thank you. Means a lot.
I'm glad. It would go against every fiber of my being to simply sit by and not help you. To abandon you.
It's still kind of weird to me. I've had interactions with my brother, but that we're on the same, not really knowing much, so interacting with other angels always feels
A little odd.
stressful. Sometimes it's sometimes they look at me and it's like they expect me to know things. They expect me to be a certain way, and I just don't. It's like, I get nervous. So it's like I feel like I'm supposed to be a certain way because it's what they seem to want from me.
You deserve the right to be comfortable with your kind. So if there's knowledge you seek, it's my duty to give it to you.
Thanks. Yeah. That's all I got really right now. So
I won't expect you to know things. I also don't expect you to agree with me. You can disagree with me.
I know. If I disagree with you, I'll tell you straight to your face.
Good. That's what I would expect. I'll get those records to you, provided they exist, and they should. But I think I've already taken up enough of your time. So if you want, you can take back your shield.
I actually did have one more question. When you look at things with magic sight, is it just super bright?
Yes and no. If I were to activate magic sight right now and stare straight up, it would really hurt. This entire barrier is incredibly packed full of mana. The brightness is how you can interpret levels and potency of mana. Larger and larger amounts of mana equate to brighter and brighter objects. When looking at people, such as myself or you, generally you will see the mana veins running through their body. The color and brightness will give you an idea of their element and their proficiency with it, or just the amount of levels that they have. Generally, all of the main elements have their colors associated with them. If you see a mix, that means there's a fusion. However, you can still figure out what the element is based on the colors forming that color.
What if you don't see color?
I have not heard of a magic sight that does not see the colors. Does your magic sight not see color?
I think I've got it to happen 3 times now. And to be honest, each time it was really painful. Still kind of have a headache.
Where have you
but
been
it was
practicing
just, well, there's the runes in the library, the lights over in the garden area. Some of them are magical, I think. At least they were bright. There's a rune also over there that I was looking at, because it's something stationary that I can focus on and not have a whole bunch of people around at the same time. Talking happens and then I start listening to the talking instead of trying, and it just fades away.
Luckily for you, you are a Radiant and not a True Blood, and you don't have to worry about accidentally seeing the barrier unless you look up. So you can practice in areas like this. However, are you able to activate it on command?
I've only technically only had it happen when I wanted it to once.
Hmm.
The other time was actually a little bit ago in the training area. I looked at the whole entire group of people, and it was one giant white glowy blob. That was very painful.
In that case, could you use it on me?
I mean, I can try. I can't.
Simply give it an attempt.
Unless it'll happen. Nothing.
That's more than fine. I've kept Aura waiting enough. I'm going to think about this and think about how to help your Magicite later. Sorry and apologies for the wait, Aura.
No need to worry, I got to have a conversation with the remaining commanders, so it worked out.
Good. My main conversation with you was actually going to be about the health potions, and whether or not there were teams on your side that needed them more than teams on my side. The only thing complicating this is that I don't know the composition of Ryga's team yet.
Neither do I know about Ryga.
I have given him
this,
to the end of today, or I am picking his team for him.
Wonderful. As things stands, more people are gonna be picked, as I have now gotten permission from Sayori to essentially create a command unit.
A command unit? Could you elaborate?
Essentially, I'm leading my own personal squad that's gonna be surrounding me constantly, whilst leading the others. They are also gonna be detachable, so they can be a replacement for whenever people go down.
That has some serious utility. Currently, I'm only taking Exaliel as my backup. Well, my protector. More to make it so I can focus on the teams instead of protecting myself.
Indeed.
However, since you bring up the concept, I'm unaware of free students that I could also pull into a command unit.
As it stands, I currently just have... what's his name? The painter?
Silas.
Yes?
I have a request to ask of you. Sayori is currently doing the preparations. The both of us were going to be contacting and attempting to do an oraclemancy. I knew you would want to be there for it, so I'm letting you know now. When she's done, she will be calling me.
Is it Star Heraldry again?
Be there for it.
Yes. Absolutely. Oh, you died.
I'm alive.
You're alive. I would absolutely like to be there.
I am alive. Alright. When she's done, she's going to be contacting us. If she doesn't contact you, I will go looking for you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, you're Silas, yes? Silas Silver.
Europa? Yes, so I am on the same page. Did you also wish I was present? Because when you did mention my name when you called for both of us.
I just didn't wish to intrude both of your conversations. But if it is safe for you to approach, and if the others would like you to be there, I wouldn't have an issue with you being there as well. Although the less people, the better.
Get away from family.
I have a
see.
personal interest, along with a safety
I
interest,
see.
considering I can see things that they're not capable.
I wish to be better at it so I can help the people in the land.
With that being said,
I see.
I'm going to
You're
witness
looking
some of these
at
fires.
Yes.
I'll be contacting the leader at the nearest convenience.
I appreciate that, Badal. Thank you.
Of course.
The best way to explain it is
Though the distribution of supplies, was it right?
Yes. And one of my teams, at least primarily, mending is going to be more of a focus than healing. So it's possible that I may have an extra large health potion that may be better utilized by you. I believe we should endeavor to at least be able to share resources gained before we go out on missions, even if we may be separated
Indeed.
from each other.
From how things stands right now, no one in my team, from my knowledge, requires mending. They are all people that requires healing one way or another, so probably gonna have, if possible, extra health potion wouldn't hurt.
I believe I can easily
We at
spare
least
you one.
have-
We would need to generate more.
At least my team has about currently 4 Valkyries in total.
In that case, yours might actually be better prepped for healing than mine. With the way they've been composed, I've been trusting that they haven't been developing any teams where people can't be healed, especially after I spoke of it so heavily. It's still possible, however. I have been waiting for the final list so that I can run through and see which people are being left behind in terms of healing. They would get priority in health potions.
And at least you guys also have one of the more universal healers from my knowledge, which is Mr. Arlo, considering his nature.
I believe we also have Nako.
Yep. Well, then you have 2 universal healers.
Yes. And we're still unaware of the terrain we're actually going to be doing this combat.
We should expect urban streets, valleys. Lots
That
of
I'm aware
buildings
of,
that's not
if
gonna
we're
be
actually
familiar.
going inside buildings.
Also, from what information I have gained from just casual conversation from other locals, we're probably not gonna be able to rely on our flight. We're gonna be grounded most likely.
Grab Mr. Koa and wait over by at least the rightmost arena. I believe Mr. Koa.
What makes you believe that?
Over there.
I'm aware that there's going to be problems with the air quality. However, I believed I could easily push
The
through
air
it.
quality, the fact that we have an entire city above us as well.
If I'm
I don't know
being
about you.
grounded,
You're referring to Israel, yes. It is quite the unfortunate reality that, well, as to best put it, that which is waste and left behind from, well, the uppermost layers just trickles down to the bottommost. And hence why the air will become, well, less than
I do
pleasant.
intend to have a gas mask.
But aside from that, I mainly was going to let you know if you wish to indulge in a bit of, I guess, analysis of your fellow peers. I'm going to be grabbing at least some of my centurions, and one by one I'm going to be more so training them to handle how to fight without the use of their magic. It's always good to keep that in mind. So, I serve as some
I believe it'll be good insight.
Fontaine?
Yes.
Are there runes capable of force teleporting people?
Yes, though they're very tricky to make, and how do I best put this? The more people you're wanting to send, you're more going to end up having to etch into the floor, or
I see.
even into a wall, for example. It's
Is
not
there any
necessarily
utility?
possible, but
Is there any utility from us trying to capture a commander alive and give him to you? Using teleportation.
Certainly an interesting concept, but
It was not really. Personally, it was not my main focus about that. It's just a quick, easy way to remove potential feral students off the field.
I'll continue this at a later time. I need to start training my centurions.
I'll go change.
Control, I have no times for liabilities. If they happen.
I hope that wouldn't be a concern. However, the unfortunate reality is that it is.
The reality.
The unfortunate reality is that yes, it is.
Irenaeus,
Yes,
are you joining us in the patrol room?
I will be. Is it going to get started soon?
Yes, as soon as everyone gathers.
Understood. Thank you for informing me. I will leave the analysis of Centauron to you.
Apologies. Very well.
Do let me know if there's some any interesting insight. I believe I will. They have been interesting so far.
Who else did you want? Was it Mel?
I'm not sure. The last people in the cipher. See you there.
I think you want it.
I'm not sure. Although, I want to ask the question by Aiden first. To make sure that it will be derived risk.
Sure.
Of course. I know asking questions about the
Oh my fucking god, whose model is doing that?
other things will be too much of something for me to do as a beginner. If I were to ask the question,
Be careful of the circle you're stepping in.
this might overtake me if I were to get too into it.
Yes, I figured I should most likely.
Hey, how's it going?
And then let you go.
Currently, it's lots of talking. Lots and lots of talking. Aaron showed off a bit of his power earlier.
This is dark mana. This is mine. Like I said, I will begin and then we'll go on from there. So what were your questions?
I have two questions. One that is of high risk, and one of low risk, potentially. there is anything that I do not know surrounding the conflict between my mother and the headmistress, surrounding something that happened centuries ago. The more high-risk question I have would be to ask if there was the possibility that if anybody in the school were to be lying about something they know about the CARP.
Are you implying? Are you going to ask whether or not there's a traitor?
If that is the case, would asking the identity of this individual do any harm to me?
That
I'd say
one
it would
most
be
likely.
fun, but I would say it's going to be very draining. The more specific you ask of things, the more draining it gets. So if you start asking for specific names, then it will begin to drain more and more.
Let's scope it out by year. The reason I'm asking these questions is one, to start off broad, and two, to just make sure, as I've heard similar, slight, conflicting things, if there's any information that anybody has about the CARP that they are not sharing, I feel as if us as an academy should be in the right to know about it.
Well then.
It is not a question out of malice, but it would be for the better if we don't get an answer. And that would show that everybody here is truthful.
It's a valuable question to ask. All of our efforts will be for naught if there is a traitor.
Yes, I agree
If I were to ask any questions, if you were to change any questions that I were to ask, especially regarding the CARP, would you two have any idea or suggestions, as you are also here, and seemingly know more than I do? Not seemingly, do know more than I do. I will ask that question instead, regarding her at least.
Right now, all of the questions that I can think of would be incredibly high risk.
What is the lowest question you have?
What is the identity of father?
Too much.
That would be a very high risk, yes.
Yes,
That is a lethal question.
I'm aware. That's why I'm attempting to think of less riskful ones.
If they are of low risk, or enough risk, I would be willing to ask them myself, as I do have quite a bit of mana on me.
Hello, if I may ask, regarding your questions, is there a way you could word them to be something more a range rather than a specific? So for example, you asked about the identity of the father. That obviously would be way too high of a risk. But a question potentially that could be answered without being lethal could be something of the range or area around their main operation location.
And that is so falling under the...
I'm aware. I'm saying it's less risky than that, and it gives us a range rather than just a specific location.
It's still too specific.
No, I'm aware. I'm saying if we can do more vague things that could give us hints towards things rather than directs, it would be better that way. If that might help.
Do you remember that this is Europa's first time?
I know.
That wasn't me.
Sayori,
I can tell.
what utility do you think there is in potentially asking about our chances of saving Israel, provided we get Mentos first?
Say it again.
any utility in asking about the chances of saving Israel, provided we get Mentos first.
That could be a good one, actually. It's more of a chance.
It's also
Of the 50-50 side.
It's also our more immediate concern.
The only downside would result on us needing to save Mentos first to know if that chance would even be applicable. Because what if we don't?
Well, that's why he's mentioning the question. If we ask the question, it gives us the probability if we were to go that route instead. If not,
To
if
be
the risk isn't
honest,
worth it, then we go the other side.
unfortunately, that wouldn't be a star question. That would be more of a fate question.
Which star are you planning on calling?
I think it's random. I don't think you get to choose specific.
You can call them down by name, provided you know them.
I'm going to calm the moon down to watch over at least Europa. See.
But if you wanted the fate side, I could probably do that if you wanted me to. That would be more my wheelhouse.
Plus, on the matter of... It also depends on which person... Well, which star comes down depending on person.
We may potentially get a new one.
Yes.
The ones that we know of, I believe, are the Star of Protection and Star of Knowledge. The Star of Knowledge.
Star of Knowledge.
Oh, I didn't get to tell you about that. Yes, after the other thing with Professor Virtues and Sayori, after I think when I touched one of Aurora's damaged pieces of her oraclemancy, the door that was preventing the stars from interacting with the oracles was damaged, at least on my body. So the Star of Knowledge contacted me and was talking to me for a little bit last week.
In that case, right now, I think knowing whether or not the mission we're about to go on is truly doomed to fail as it appears would be something useful to know, and very immediate.
Shouldn't that be the question I ask first?
Well, it would be more insight, so I don't see it being super dangerous.
It's how we should set up the question.
Word for word.
Now, I would also like to point this out.
Yes.
The moon, the one I'm calling, is not actually a star, from my knowledge. She's more fate-oriented.
If you have more insight into how this is all set up, I would like to hear it at some point. I'm slightly confused on these hierarchies.
The moon and the sun are more aligned towards the fate side.
The sun.
The others are just stars. Yes.
Just stars.
Mind you, that's as far as my knowledge goes. Particularly if you want a hierarchy, it would be stars, the sun and the moon, and then fate.
Really? I would imagine the sun and the moon would be below that of the stars.
No, it follows.
Actually, to be
They're
more
far closer.
precise- To be more precise, it's fate, moon, sun, and then stars. They could still be seen as gods.
Stars at the top. And you said the opposite.
Stars at the bottom.
I see.
Either way, back to the question. How did you wish to word it?
Right. This is a rather important question.
How about we ask? Hmm.
Would obtaining Mentos? No. Words are very important here. Not obtaining.
Saving?
He's not technically needing to be saved either. Repeat that.
Would releasing Mentos from his judgment, would that be a good term to use?
Mentos is currently in a self-imposed exile. He could leave at any time. However, he's completely cut off from the rest of the Vandiles where he is, and has no information. He can leave. He's not trapped.
So as of right now, based off of the vision of the courthouse, is he there now, or will he be there soon?
As far as I know. As far as I know, Mentos was not present
Going to the courthouse.
in the courthouse.
Then would that be the correct way to use it?
No, the time marker we're going to use is the attack on Kaminari Alley, not the courthouse. Also, as far as I know, Mentos was not present in that vision whatsoever.
You weren't there for the vision.
I had heard a description of it. Mentos was never mentioned.
But he does have a point. But that does not mean that Mentos could happen somewhere else.
What is that?
Who gave you the description of the vision you saw? Or
Practically, when asked, we saw the glimpse of the future. But it is not written in stone yet.
then why are you doubtful of whether or not he was there?
Yes, it's a vision.
But then you're saying
However, in that vision, I had heard the presence of the council. I had heard the presence of the cult member. At no point had I heard a description of Mentos. This is new to me.
Yes, but at the same time, the fates work in a mysterious way. It chooses a, how to put it, one of many timelines to show us.
Yes. Goodbye, Silas. That's the inherent problem with this. I'm attempting to find the perfect words for this question. Mentos, as far as I know, will not leave that spot, as he has not, until he is intervened with. It's possible he may have access to information about what's going on to the Vandiles, and he doesn't care. or that information is incomplete.
What if we looked into what Mentos knows?
That would also be a high-risk question.
Would Mentos being present in Yisrael before the attack on Kaminari Alley raise the chances of Yisrael surviving? What do you think of that wording? Mentos is the ruler of Yisrael. Equivalent to Kristen and Vane.
I could have sworn I've seen him at the stands.
Right, but if you told him the vision and he's saying that he wasn't, you both sound kind of. I mean, I feel like he'd be there for it, no?
Why would he be there for it? He has been in self-imposed exile for 50 years.
Well, if it's self-imposed, depending on the individual.
No, I am not the one that had the vision. I am working off a description. Mentos was never mentioned. If you explicitly saw Mentos, you're the authority on this, as the receivers of the vision.
I remember they said Mentos. You were on trial. They were speaking to him.
Wait, Mentos was on the. Wait, you guys said
No.
Mentos was on trial.
Dolian is the one on trial.
Yeah, okay, I had. Wait,
yeah.
These need to be written down from now on.
Well, I wrote it down myself. I gave it to Professor Virtues. He also has my. What's it called? My tarot cards with it as well.
Regardless.
The answer would be properly Virtues.
All
We had-
Valkyries to the Valkyrie dorm right now.
The question you wanted, I think, would be safe.
Well,
Yes.
We're gonna
As
have to
far
hold
as-
this whole-
Requested for a Valkyrie meeting.
Yeah.
Can Ironwood wait?
Ironwood
We have-
can wait.
Yes, and he can wait. We've currently spent something of 15 minutes simply trying to set this up. All of that progress would be ruined.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Yeah, we kind of have to do it at least.
We are just going to continue and deal with the consequences after.
Okay, all right.
So
Then let's do this. Let's focus on getting the question in first, because
The vision itself
yes.
is almost not relevant to this question. We're aware of the attack on Kaminari Alley. We know when it's going to happen. The vision, I believe, is almost taking place next week.
yeah.
There is very little we can do to interfere or do anything with that. We can simply find out what the results were.
Yes.
However,
So I think
I very much doubt that they obtained Mentos. Currently, I don't believe any of the council over there knows where Mentos is.
I do not. At this point, I would say the best question to ask is the one you already offered.
Would Mentos being present in Yisrael before the attack on Kaminari raise the chances of Yisrael surviving?
When Mentos being present before the attack on Kaminari Alley raise the chances of...
As a quick question, since we are doing this, does it have to be Europa to ask the question?
Europa wants to be the one to ask the question. I have my own set.
though the good thing is.
Would it not be easier for me to just simply ask the question?
Well, theoretically, if they are the one that must ask the question, you could just remind them when the moment happens and contact is made, and they should just repeat your words.
Yes, that can happen.
And it's not more kind of off memory.
I can simply ask it as well, and then Europa can repeat it if they don't listen to me. This is assuming they won't react to me simply talking on the sidelines, which they haven't so far.
Mind you, we also don't know what star Europa is going to be summoned.
However, I'm at least unfamiliar with these. I've never heard of the stars actually being called down like this and having names and titles. Hopefully, we get a new star, and we can map them all out. You repeat what you said, and then you repeat what you said after. What did you just say, Badal?
Perhaps we can play things by ear, depending on which star could.
Yes. However, it's good to have things in reserve. So I'm glad we figured out this question now. What were you talking about, a nickname?
I was given a nickname, yes. The Star of Knowledge gave me a brief nickname to refer to her by.
Which was?
But I'm assuming it's, Gen, I believe.
Gian.
Genn, I think it was the way I pronounced it in my head. So
It's either that or Gian.
Yeah, but I would say for now, let's just leave it up to chance and see which one we get, rather than using the nickname.
I would like to meet a new one, so we can map out how many there are, at least that are willing to talk.
So, let's do this. I will go ahead and do my 3 questions. That way I can also ask the moon to watch over. After that, Europa will be doing theirs.
Makes sense to me. Any amount of insurance isn't a bad thing.
Is there any chance you might have some questions left over? Or at least room for more questions, Sayori? I have questions.
Probably a mana crystal would help, but
I at least don't have access to those. That's more of a Valkyrie thing.
Speaking of Valkyrie, are we going to be doing this now?
Yes.
yes, let's get started.
Well, it's fresh.
What will happen if Ironwood asks us about this?
I will speak to Ironwood, don't worry about that.
There's a teacher present, and there is a teacher present that is also pushing for this.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Mal already knows where I stand. I spoke with the headmistress on what they're going to be talking about anyways.
And there's even less reason.
Well, I mean, I would have to go, but yeah, you kind of have less reason to really go if you already know what it's about and how you feel.
Should there be an issue with other Valkyries, I can also speak on both of your behalfs.
I would say I understand you're nervous, but the more we delay, the worse it will be.
Then, shall we begin?
Yes.
I think so.
Oh, my dearest moon, may I call upon you once more?
The room's going to dim dark as it feels as if it's launching back upwards, as the entire room fills with stars in the dark void of the galaxy. As in front of you, as if in a crack of thunder, a female figure will appear in front of her, standing as almost as 10 feet tall, just leaning onto her side with a hand on her head. Yes, my dear?
Hello, dear. I got a few things I would wish to ask you.
But of course.
I hope you don't mind, but they are on the bit more personal side, so I hope you do not mind.
Maybe. Might add to your favor, but help yourself. What can I do?
My first question to you. Why out of everyone did you choose me?
Fate has an interesting ending for you. I'd like to see it broken. And well, you align more to my
Why are
forte
there so many
than
stars against fate?
I'm not the only one that looks at you, though, unfortunately. But, well, that's a different question.
You piqued my interest. And, well, I can't let fate get you that easily. A little divine intervention, I suppose.
Why are there so many stars against fate?
Then, I guess I will save one of my questions for another time, because I am now quite interested. What other stars are looking at me?
Well, if I was to tell you the exact amount, that'd be boring, my dear.
A rough estimate would do. You don't have to be exact.
You can count it on a handful. Next question.
I wish to ask you your name once more. I would like to have, like I said before, I would like to have a proper name to call you by. It seems quite rude to just keep calling you Moon. Understood. Then the last
Unfortunately, I
thing.
can't give your kids all the answers. But I can give you that one.
Then the last thing here from me, and I hope you don't mind. You see the lovely giant behind me.
Badal, yes?
They're interested in doing Star Heresy. It's their first time. Would you mind watching over just to be on safe?
I'll add it to your favor. Worthy deal.
For their sake, yes.
Then consider it a deal. I will help you then.
And thank you very much, darling.
Yes, try not to get fate on all your doors. That's all I ask.
They're a mess to calm down.
Also,
Is that
I hope
all
you
you
enjoyed
ask
the
of me?
tea.
I like the stimulation. Unfortunately, I can't have it. But I do appreciate the gesture, nevertheless. Anything else, my dear?
No, that would be it from me. And thank you, my dear.
Adieu.
Adieu.
You didn't have to do that.
It's
That's the
fine.
reason why they went first, was to make sure that their own first blood would be somewhat safe.
And the room would return back to normal.
You're up.
So anyway, I have a question.
Yes.
If other individuals are speaking during this process, will that count towards anything?
You yourself have to ask the question.
My memory has been insanely foggy as of lately.
I'll repeat it behind you.
Yes, that was the thing that we were going to do just in case you forgot, which good thing we suggested it.
Mind you, they can hear us, but
The question is still one I want to have answered.
sorry. They can hear us in the room, and if they feel willing, they might even answer questions free of charge.
Don't pray on it, though, just in case.
The mana from this. is the question we are asking first, correct?
I believe so. Would you like me to repeat it? Or wait until after they're ready?
I would say wait
Will
until
Mentos being present in Israel before the attack on Kamen Alley, will that
Raise the chances of Yisrael surviving. Not acquire the chances, not heighten our chances. Raise Yisrael's chances of surviving.
Now, before we do begin, I will like to remind you all, once this is done, do not open any door.
I'm aware.
Now go ahead and call upon the stars and see who answers.
Stars in the sky, protectors of the Vandiles. If any are listening, if any are present, hear my plea. You are willing to answer any questions. May I ask them?
Apologies, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. Anywho, Europa, as the room lifts up back into the stars, you'll see in front of you what seems to be a cloaked figure before that would have had long flowing hair, constellations filling up the empty space, but just before you can get a proper glimpse of them, light and dark chains grab at their throat, over their shoulders, and pull them back down. The room shakes for a moment before then a new figure appears. One that has more of a sleepier attire, long hair draping down to the floor. Can't exactly tell if it's masculine or feminine, but they have stars filling it up with small ram horns on the sides of their head.
What was that?
Hello.
Good question.
Hello.
But
Thank you for your presence.
didn't think I'd be seeing you so soon.
Would you be willing to answer a question for me?
Potentially. Depends. What you're asking, of course.
If you don't have anything else to say for the time being, I will recite it now. Will Mentos being present in Israel before the attack on Kamen Alley raise the chances of Israel surviving?
Oh, well. Apologies. That's more a fate and scholar question. Baby moon, if you will.
Scholar?
Though, if I was to guess right, considering how his dreams go.
I see.
I'm not sleeping. He has a wild imagination in hell. Though. That's not exactly what you're asking, is it?
I'm asking what I said, specifically.
Well, if I was to go off of theories that... Oh, jeez! That the scholar's been yapping about for the past fucking... days, week, maybe? Yes, theoretically. In longevity, it would assist. However,
The success rate is less than 5.3.
Success rate of what?
Keeping about, anywho.
0.3.
Getting him.
Improbable, but workable.
Well,
Also
depends on
lot of factors.
if you think about it, technically I could try to locate
in
him.
line with talking with Friedwin, Eris, maybe.
We already know where he is.
Chaos, Heron. There's many of them that could answer you better than I can. In that.
I see.
For your first question with me, I didn't think it'd be this.
I did have another question in mind.
Do you have room for 3 questions, Badal?
Anybody?
Do you have room for 3 questions? I want to know the identity of the star.
You want my name?
Sharing your identity.
Either your name or your title.
What you're asking, Pelham?
Oh, so you do know of me.
Star of rest and dreams. Technically aligned more with hope.
Star of Dreams, then?
Though you were meant to be assigned.
Seems like
You were meant to be assigned Unity as a primary, but he's all been around in years.
Who?
What? What's your name?
Star of Unity. What was that we saw in the beginning? There was another star that was grabbed.
Probably Unity. None of us have seen him since.
it's a concerning image if that's what happened to them.
Actually, no, when it started. So, years ago. Haven't seen him face to face. We know he's alive.
Before you arrived, he was grabbed by light and dark hands.
Chains.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Not chains. Hands.
And they were chains.
They were chains.
They were chains.
I see. Am I allowed to ask a more personal question?
One more time.
I hope, Irenaeus, you don't have any more questions lined up.
I do also have personal questions, but you're the one performing it.
Maybe we should have Irenaeus also perform it.
Right. This has been something that has been sticking in my mind.
What
It's a bit concerning.
Is there
Yes.
anything that either you know or that can be told to me regarding the conflicts between my mother and Leah Badal and the headmistress of this school? Anything that could have caused it?
This. That's more a tier question. But at least what I understand of it, Fate wasn't so happy. Oberon and whatever the fuck his name is. They had an issue, they had a dispute, and which kind of sparked a war because of words said, things done. So wars were enacted. But gets in specific. It was in relation to the factor of when Ontario's ruler leaves their domain and walk off to whoever knows what, they freeze whatever they touch, especially when they're in a pissy mood.
I see.
They overtake, they consume and damage. Oberon tries to preserve life, they are even trying to fight Phoenix about that. but with Centaria's rulers that their emotions aren't in check, or at least kept moderately positive and happy, there is a very likely chance that they could freeze over more than their nation should allow.
Yes.
That answer your question?
Their cold creeps closer to serenity.
And so far, the permafrost seems to be in a little spot right now. But then again, she's in solitude, so I wouldn't be surprised. But she's not getting too many great dreams.
I see.
How wonderful.
Thank you.
The ruler is getting nightmares.
For your patience.
Of course. Unfortunately, they're two souls who just got
Might
mixed up
help
in the
us.
bad batch. They probably would have been better allies. But unfortunately, war calls, and people are forced to do what they need to, or, well, punishments come in, then nightmares, yada yada yada. I'm not too one for conflict. I'll do it if I need to. It's not a preference.
Thank you for letting me know.
Oh, dude. Don't worry about it. No need to thank me. Though, I appreciate it nevertheless.
That's
No
polite.
wonder the stars like you so much.
Pardon?
Any other questions for me? Before your mana goes pew pew. No.
Yes, actually. Something you just said. That's why the stars like me so much. Is there anybody watching over me at this current moment?
I can't answer.
I see.
I'd rather fate not beat my ass. You weren't meant to meet us for another year, maybe two.
I'll keep that in mind.
Why are things differing then? This is now multiple times it's been mentioned that there's meetings happening years in advance.
Farewell, so I can go back to sleep.
I wouldn't say it's in advance. I think it's more of the prediction of when they would do it.
No, it's fate.
Then yes.
Oh, if you have no other questions, right?
Right, but if it was fate and it was that concrete, then they wouldn't have been contacted for another year. It's a prediction.
Why do you think
So it
fate
can't
is
be.
angry?
Well, that again answer.
Supposed to meet.
Huh?
Or did the Fates have something planned for me?
The Fates have plans for everybody that comes into the Vandiles.
You mentioned prior that we weren't supposed to be meeting for another year.
Yes, I mean, considering Virtues was supposed to meet Sob for another, a few years.
Protection.
I see.
Remember, don't get lost in your answers.
Right. Well, I don't know if anything bad would have been fated due to us meeting earlier. But I thank you for being here and answering my questions.
Of course.
I think that would be all for me
Just
for
next
now.
time, give a little bit of a heads up. I got woken up for this.
May you have sweet dreams.
Of course.
You may go now.
Before they go, they're gonna put their hand into yours, leaving a small little sheep, like a sigil. As the room returns back to normal.
Is it like a pin or something, or is
It's
it
like a little like kind of like ink on your hand.
Okay.
I will say your mana instantly fucking tanked, little over half.
Oh yeah.
You rolled a nat 20, so you live.
Okay. Good to know.
Europa, step out of the circle.
I will mention, I keep saying this, but I can't, say it enough. When you receive an answer, don't get lost in it. That leads you to asking more, which drains you more. And the more dangerous it gets. And depending on what they say, you ask for more specifics. Of course, just be more careful. I know it's your first time, so... But...
Are you considering on doing it, Irenaeus?
I am.
It's dangerous.
Mind you, I cannot guarantee you the same protection as the moon.
I know.
So, may I ask
He takes
then,
the sigil on his hand and he presses it into a blank page on his book to keep it. Not all of the ink is gone, but...
Pelham, would you like us to be here for this as well? Or does it make not a difference to you?
It doesn't. I'm just considering the risks right now.
Would this be your first time using it as well?
Yes.
If you do decide to do it, take my warning that I gave to Europa here. Do not get lost in your answers. The more curious you get from the vague answers they give you, the more you ask, the more specific, the more it drains.
And that I would prefer if you try to keep it as simple as possible. We don't know what star will answer you.
That's primarily what I'm more curious about. The Star of Dreams had a reaction to the thought of me doing this.
Are we needed here? Should we go to the Valkyrie room?
I asked him if it would make a difference to him, and he said no. So if you wish to go to the Valkyrie room, you may. But if you wish to play it safe and take care of, just in case, then we can stay. Okay. I'll leave it up to you.
The spirit.
Irenaeus,
Yes, Badal.
would you deem it a better idea if we stayed or if we left?
You can make a decision of what you like. I'm still debating whether or not I'm willing to do this.
Well, then, I'd say let's postpone it for now. We've gotten a lot of questions answered. Next time we can do your first time as well. Is my suggestion.
That would make sense.
Hello, Fate.
And we're trapped in here, so it wouldn't make a difference.
Right, but if we do it again, then it enlarges the time frame that we have to wait. I would suggest waiting still. We have some answers. If the answers are that pressing for you to find out, then you should do it. But I would hope that you're not that...
Then you've made my decision for me. How do I do this?
Put your hand to the book. The spell has, or the circle has already been written. Call upon the stars and see who answers.
Are you alright?
Just a little time.
Are you doing this?
Yes.
Okay, understood. Alright, I'm standing up.
Oh. Oh boy.
So, there's going to be constant ringing and ringing of knocking, banging, almost clawing at the door as if to break it down as the entire room just ascends back up to the skies, into the stars above, and in front of you, you're going to see a flaming figure as the entire room fills with other forms of constellations, but you can't make out human-esque forms or what they are. There's just an abundant. Around your hands, your fingers are going to be red strings, as in front of you stands a blazing figure, as if their entire body was made of it, from the inside out. They're going to ascend into height, almost standing nearly 20 feet before going back down to be at least semi at your height, to make semi-contact with you. as ellowing and bellowing flames are heard all around the room. Hello.
Hello.
What can I owe the pleasure of introducing to? What is it you need?
Why do all of the stars know my name?
Well, we know most people, if not every one of the Vandals. And some have more attention to you, but that is a different context.
Protection spoke of stars that don't like my family.
Well,
Why?
of course. There's quite a few of us that don't. Do you think I would say?
Yes.
You'd be poorly mistaken.
Who are you?
I am the Star of Fury.
Good to meet
And
you
I
then.
knew you'd like that answer. Repeat.
I said good to meet you.
Pleasure is mine. They're going to lower their hand, going to feel a scorch along your skin. Not even your angelic feeling catches up to it. Once they let go, it's going to take a minute, a lot longer than you usually would, but it will heal away. I always wondered when I'd get the chance to meet you proper. It kept fluctuating. Back and forth, back and forth. Where I need to fight justice. Well, I know that.
And what interest do you have in me?
Oh, you'd be surprised. You would be surprised. There's quite a lot of things that, well, besides myself, a lot of the stars see in the Pelhams. Good to bad, I see the manslaughter. I see vicious anger that bellows in and out. Out. Almost addictive, isn't it? You fight like a monster in the best and worst ways.
Why are all the stars against fate?
Oh, not all of them. Few of them, yes. Not all. Me personally, I just love seeing everyone pissed off. It's funnier that way. And, well, can't have a battle without anger, can you? The violence, the addictive screams, the bloodshed all around. The punishment of every little blade. Well, almost exhilarating.
I won't disagree with you.
Where did it go? I know you wouldn't. However, you are blind, which is the only unfortunate part about you. Only reason why I haven't taken you as my pupil. But he also prefers it that way. Can't tell fate no. I prefer my head.
What does that mean, to be your pupil?
Well, all the stars have somebody. We all have somebody. No, let him learn. Well, hello.
It was good to meet you. I have no further questions.
You know, smarter than the last one that I talked to of your lineage. Well, pleasure meeting you, Irenaeus. I am Alejandro.
The Star of Fury, then.
The entire room's going to feel as if it's trembling and shaking, going violent every which way, as there's screams and the fire's getting worse and worse before it all dials down as the room returns back to normal.
Wow.
Hope that helped.
It was remarkably informative.
Tend to be, especially with the answers.
The banging makes more sense now.
What do you mean?
When we initially started, I hadn't realized about how angry Fate would be about all this.
It seems it's angry that we're asking too much from them.
It's angry. Fate is angry. That was more aggressive than before.
Another one. Well. Hopefully this isn't too long. Alright, big guy, but you're probably gonna have to get up soon.
Don't relax. As far as I know, Fate can't break down the door without it being opened from our side. That's not to say it isn't possible.
Yeah.
Using my magic to attempt to break the door would be a good idea, but I could try it.
No, don't do anything to the door. Just let it ride its course.
We simply need to wait it out. Fury. An apt star to be watching the Pelhams, then.
I think I can. Why do you want me to?
Everybody knows that you need to erase the door before you said that.
What are you talking about, big guy?
I don't know how much mana I have left. Might be a good idea.
Hold on. Let's not do anything crazy. Just sit tight if you can. Like we said, write it out.
She wants me to.
Well, we don't want you to. I'm telling you not to. reason why we don't want to open that door. So I would suggest you not doing it, regardless of who's telling you to. Especially if they're not in the room. Please don't walk into me. Please don't. You're too big.
Badal.
You're literally just gonna fall over.
Badal, you sound out of your mind.
Yeah. Hey. Stop it. Do I need it?
Badal, sit down. Badal, do not make us remove your limbs.
I'm gonna give you one chance before I puncture you. If that wakes you up, then it does.
It'll be painful, but you'll regenerate.
Please don't make any more movements. I'd rather not test fate today. If you step again, I'm gonna stab you with this.
Why do you want me to?
I'll give it a shot. Did I get you? Are you back?
Why did you do that?
Because
Are you
weren't
back,
listening to me.
Badal?
You're ignoring me completely. Are you back? I'll do it again if I need to. I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to respond to me if you got him stabbing you again.
I can't hear you.
You did hear me? Then why did you ignore me?
That really hurt a lot.
That was the point, because you weren't listening.
That was weird. Who was that?
Good question. We don't know. You just started talking gibberish.
Lady with strings everywhere. She kept telling me to break the door down.
Wonderful. It seems, Sayori, we found out what fate does. Sayori.
Alright, yeah, take a minute, big guy. It's better for you to breathe now than whatever you were just about to do. Are we allowed to leave?
I'll take a nap right here.
Sayori.
Are we allowed to leave? I'll be over there.
Understood. You aren't conscious then. You weren't responding.
You gotta move. Other side of the room. We have to go into the other side of the room.
So since this is...
Hmm?
Oh,
I see what they're doing. I'm slowly growing a dislike for this room.
I think that was really nice.
Sayori, what are you doing?
I think they're going to strike the door. Which technically does the exact same thing that they said was not to do. So hopefully that isn't the case.
I'm concerned if it's affecting Vidal.
Well, probably not, since that was taking effect before they're doing whatever they're doing now.
And also, why am I standing?
What do you mean?
Europa did this with protection. Look at their state.
Remember, getting on the star depends on what they want to do.
As Sayori's over there, you're going to hear just cracking as the door is just cut through and causing shards of the wood to come apart.
Also, see
Will any of them hit us?
There's going to be... No, not hitting you, but it'll definitely hit in front of you.
Also.
No damage, but definitely the... Oh. There will be whispers around the room. There will be whispers around the room as the knocking just hushes until only one final big bang is hit, as if somebody just hit a table.
Also,
The
Siva.
knocking has stopped.
But...
Yes, Tom.
What's my mana looking like?
You have barely a quarter left in you because of how much you asked.
Understood.
Remember, each star asks for a different price depending on what it is. And whatever it was, at one point when it touched you, it looked like it pained you. That might have played a part.
Hello, Virtues.
Hey, Passive. My bestie. You're going to hear a small little lullaby charm. You know how like in those baby cribs, the little thing at the top that makes a small noise? Yep. You're going to hear that with small clouds filling around you as you feel your mana slowly filling right back up. You feel a bit more awake as if you just got a good nap.
Not yet.
What did you...
Thank you.
Why did you destroy the
I
door?
freed the stars.
You freed the stars?
Without letting Fate in.
Right, okay. So, theoretically then, what you did was probably a bad thing, because wasn't that what they were getting told to do, was destroy the door? Which you ended up doing anyways?
You're making me jump, Fate.
They wanted to fully destroy the door. It only needed to be cracked and then repaired. That's exactly what I did.
Okay, I'm not gonna ask questions. I'll leave it.
We wonder why the Fates are here.
Yeah, we're aware. We noticed.
No wonder.
After a few moments, the door will glow with a slight a few constellations filtering through, as a small little bell would be heard. Fate is gone.
Are you conscious, Vidal? Actually conscious? Do you remember in detail what you saw? You said you saw a woman with red strings, telling you to open the door. At the current moment, we know of one entity that could be. Which is that fate itself was attempting to kill you. I'm glad you find this funny, Vidal.
TM, I have a question. They're not here.
I think they just left because of
don't know if I'd be able to recognize them, but for the time being, I'll just say that his memory is too foggy right now to remember it.
Okay, I'll keep this sketch. When you think you can remember better, then we'll compare.
That's a good idea.
We should probably go to see if they're still having that meeting. I'd prefer not to keep Ironwood waiting.
It's been about an hour. I don't think they are.
You never know. Now on your feet.
That's
Check
a
at least.
good idea.
Arlo.
Hi, Arlo.
Oh, well, speaking of,
Everything okay in here?
more or less. Is the meeting still going with the Valkyries, or probably not?
It's over.
I'll have
I
to
just
ask about
check
it
in here
afterwards.
because Aurora thought she saw something here.
The door is damaged.
Yeah, the door is damaged.
How?
Don't ask
Why?
questions.
Sayori.
Just don't ask questions.
I'm not gonna ask.
Yeah, just don't ask questions.
But wait,
If
question.
she says everything's perfectly fine, we're just gonna take her word for it.
We're aware.
Yo,
We kind of couldn't leave.
Thank you, Professor.
I get little thing needs to change.
Professor?
Well, one,
Did you damage the
2 on
door?
2s happening.
I did.
With Valkyries of each other.
You know there's like stars being let out
for
there.
Valkyries. The kind of thing I tried to do last time, but didn't have enough people for.
That
Secondly,
seems not very helpful.
leadership's a bit of a difference.
Yeah.
It's just more of a representative now.
Should I fix it?
Actual leader.
Wait, what?
I mean, it was something they wanted.
Right now, more Valkyrie.
Are you okay,
head
Professor?
is more of a representative role, not actual leader.
We're being used in a proxy war.
You're doing stuff by like deciding on together.
Why would I be distressed?
Okay.
I don't know. That's why I'm.
There are stars both with and against fate. And fate itself is an unknown entity, with unknown goals.
At least cracked so they could leave.
It sounds as if fate is not the arbiter of fates. Instead, it's the decider.
I'm gonna leave out of this room because I'm getting a little tired of it. So I'm gonna.
And it affected the star. Not very nice.
Don't say that. Don't say
I
that.
thought you had left.
But the room seems kind of rude. I was even nice to her.
What the hell has happened in this room?
It's a lot happened.
Unless you're not fate.
Whatever. As long as everybody's okay.
It's really nice.
But that might be a little.
So with the humming, are we allowed to leave, or are we still stuck in here? I'm not sure.
Okay,
Stars have.
I walked out the door. I don't see you knocking.
Fate had already stopped knocking. I don't know anything about the lullaby.
I mean, the door's kind of cracked, so I would assume y'all can go.
Well, Fate left a while ago.
You want me to go first?
Oh, yeah, that was great.
I'm debating whether or not we should even go to the door. The humming appeared at the same time with Fate's knocking, but it's quite known that it is just Fate's knocking.
Everything's okay.
Fate's humming or Fate's lullabies is not something I've heard about.
Do we just take the jump? What do you think? Oh, well, it seems everyone's coming in
Move.
anyway, so I guess we could just leave.
I've had enough of this.
No.
How nice it is to be out of that room for a little bit. Okay. I wanted to pitch something to Ironwood, but I have a feeling he's gonna get on my ass about not being there for the meeting.
Send him Sayori's way.
I will, but still. I've seen his temper up close. I'm not excited to have it pointed at me.
It's for the fate of the school.
Oh, why did they ask me to do this? Oh, well.
Where are you going, Aura? Can't hear me at this distance.
Mr. Onyx. As your fellow teammates. I can later introduce you, though I have to go and help some people.
Yes, but I would let you know. You're still under my command.
That's fine.
You can't see anything through those eyes.
Are you following me? There are too many questions. What the hell is going on?
Can I get Lance, Beal, and the rest of the Australians to come to the game room? Because I'm going to start the secondary meeting for the
Is your team finalized?
meeting again.
Is your team finalized?
He sort of. Because I talked to Emilia, who is a healer, mainly focused on healing. So.
Which one's Amelia?
She she has like a kind of a unicorn, kind of.
One of the Blossomifers.
I believe so.
In which case, I think I know who you're speaking of.
Yeah, but she mainly uses nature of healing.
Understood. I won't keep you from your meeting.
Then we'll see him tomorrow.
a flying fucking Geo.
Yeah, right?
Out early. Maybe it was right.
You guys
we
seen
saw
Geo?
armor several
It's gonna be a, gonna be a
No.
guess. Okay.
Why do you want to see her?
No, she requested taking part of the meeting, so.
Maybe
I
she's
can
there?
go fetch her.
Okay.
You want me to do that?
Yeah, sure, because she wanted to take part of the meeting, so.
Okay.
Which room are we meeting in? Game room or our common room?
Game room's free, so.
How was the spar being administered?
The two of them against him, and well, against them, and I think Song was here, but I think she fluxed. So see the two of them against them with, I think, Aura shooting at them to try and make them aware of their surroundings. I came in late, so I could be wrong.
Big guy.
Well, the practice was originally supposed to be Lilith, Song, and I believe that is Letty. The three of them against Lance, who is piloting the construct. Lance fluxed, and so they had that one come in as a substitute, then Lance came back. And so now this. And Song fluxed out too. So now it's this.
I see.
What's that? You're not gonna laugh this time? Go figure. Turns out fights aren't fair most of the time.
I'm back.
Come on, walk back in the ring. Come on.
Giving yourself a breather when you're swarmed on the field like this to regroup when you need to. It is still an important lesson.
I do, but
to learn. What to do if you are cornered.
Sir.
Exactly.
Hope for the best. That's what you do when you're cornered.
Or devise a strategy. There is always an exit. You just need to find it or find it.
That's not true.
Now that Song's here.
The best exit plan is to be prepared ahead of time. If you get cornered, you're just fucked. Don't let yourself get in the position to begin with.
Agreed. It'd be preferable that never happens to begin with.
See, you tell me, what happens if there's 50 men against you, and you don't have any weapons? You don't do anything. You're just screwed.
I'm proud of you for doing better these second and third time with your way. To me, it is important to make sure none of your allies are the cause. Your fighting style is primarily focused on a smaller unit, but if you're fighting with this unit, you ought to be fighting it with other units. Anyone that needs to go on. You did very well when I lost track of it. I feel like I've gone really rusty. The last time I made it to a fight.
Hello, Virtus.
Would you like a singular fight with one of the opponents? I'd like our first start and I'll take that to the ground. Well, let's be strong. Sword fighting.
You're very mad about the door, aren't
My
you?
liege, would you happen to know when we are setting off for Israel?
Yes.
I believe it's either in 2 or 3 weeks.
While we have a second, would you like to test the thing that you wish to test before?
If I don't do that, we all die.
Sure.
So yes, I'm gonna repair the door.
What puppet would you like for that?
Motivation.
The only positive is Dr. Sop consistently. That's the only positive.
On the moon's very happy.
Well, this puppet's are nice.
Good for them.
I guess it's alright. Lord. Alright, could you move that way? I do not wish for anyone else to get caught up in this.
And I make my escape.
My main test is I wish to see how long I can keep Henry the Bay.
Have fun with your big moon lady, motherfucker.
So I just simply want you to block and react, walk forward.
And how have your conversations with protection been going?
I'm ready then. Thank you for stepping in here. Apologies about the putting into a painful situation. I sort of got a bit of tunnel vision and forgot about the water as I call it.
Goodbye, Virtues.
That's good enough.
Like that.
That's about it.
I gotta train against, my weakness as well.
As a cavalry member, it is important for me to be aware of your weaknesses so I do not put you into a situation that would put you at a disadvantage. As cavalry, it is a
How well do you think that would work on the smaller enemies?
much more effective than it would be on this one. This puppet is weaker than the ones you'll face out there. Have a much easier time walking through it, because they are made out of purely armor.
Right.
I believe that you may have an easier time using these against the opponents that are flesh.
Right. While you're here, would you happen to know what weaknesses this construct has?
Light.
Effective way you believe to take it down?
Exalio.
The ones that we already know is what it is based off of, which I believe it is the hole here is where its head is, and the fact that this creature uses a mixture of dark and fire.
Did you hear my question earlier, Virtues?
No, I didn't, because I was being yelled at in the ear. What is your question?
How have your conversations with protection been going?
Middle.
Hmm.
I'm getting a little bit more consistent answer. That's the one good thing. What was that?
Are these golem expeditions still continuing, sir?
They should be. If he's not, I can always control.
For you, Misty, you will get the scent of burned flesh off of urine.
I want to take the next batch. I've yet to see the golems on
I see.
hands.
Intriguing. I can only suppose you had an interesting time. I was wondering why it was taking so long.
Yes. I made a decision.
He wants to fight a golem as well. You want me to
Out of all the possible ways it could have gone, I wouldn't say it went poorly. Which also, that's for you, Doki. As you get closer to Irenaeus, you would smell burned flesh off of him.
Wait, what?
The smell of burnt flesh, you would get that off of Irenaeus as you got closer.
Hmm.
Anyway, yeah, mid.
Have they been... You said they answered your questions more consistently?
Yes.
Basically, I can talk to them right now. It's annoying. Also, yeah,
Sir?
no, if I don't prepare that door at the end of the night, yeah, everyone might die. So that's what I have to do later. Thanks, Sayori.
Yes. It was initially worrying at the time.
Something smells strange.
I need to ask. By the sounds of things, did you guys actually open it?
No. We did not open the door while Fate was knocking.
Sorry, just stabbed at the door.
Sorry, blew half of it apart. Evidently, this did not allow.
She bowed an ironwood. Dear God.
She has a reason for it. I imagine she's already told you.
She told me, fix the door, please. Smiley face.
He's cavalry. Ah, that's the cavalry part.
Oh, by the way, Aaron? I've already done my picks, so I can inform you yes or you know which ones that have been taken by this point.
Good. Then we can figure out if there's any I can grab for a command unit. Especially from due to what Fontaine said. We might have less
Miss
aerial.
Nova. I've taken Miss Gummy, Mr. Onyx, and Miss Silas. Or Mr. Silas.
I'll consider taking more. I think Exalia will be more than enough.
Your words honor me, sir.
I believed he said his ice and wind were weak. I would say the
He's
opposite.
certainly expending a lot.
Have you discovered yet what protection wants with you, Virtues?
I think he's one of the few stars that doesn't like fate a lot.
Oh.
So he's watching me in order to spite her. But also, it's hard to tell because a lot of his compliments are backhanded compliments. So it sounds like he's impressed, but also offended at the same time. He's interesting.
Are you simply protected by protection, or are you protection's pupil?
I'm no one. He's protecting me from fate, whether I like it or not. I didn't ask for him, he just came along.
Does he have something? He still has something on his back.
Looks like an axe.
Did he just block that big ass thing with his hands?
Yes.
He's been doing that. He blocked it with his
Please
wings
don't burn
earlier,
me
too.
again, Exalio.
I'll block him in my fucking face next time.
I'm sorry, sir.
And by that I mean I'll be
hit you
fucking
earlier.
dead.
No.
I was gonna say, you gonna try your teeth next?
No. You just nearly touched me
Oh,
with
hell
that.
yeah. Let me eat the fucking mace. I'll do it.
I'd rather not be burned again.
I wonder what tastes
Is that
like.
what that smell is? That's my bad.
Yes. A good chunk of my hand was burned off.
Understood.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's fine.
I do not believe it so.
It was necessary. At least I believe so.
Oh, wait. I don't know if we're getting that far.
He can't lift that heavy.
No, that's way too much metal.
Wait. Hey, look.
I'm pretty sure none of this was put past Clink.
So, this puppet is crumbling away.
There it is.
None of these abilities make any sense.
Seems it is not needed.
No, there.
Did he learn any of those strikes from Ironwood?
What do you mean, his punches?
They seemed remarkably powerful.
Not my style. Usually I just make gauntlets to do the force for me.
You do seem specialized in constructs.
It is best that you talk to them about that. So, I will remind
I'm a
you
weapon
that
master. Simple as that.
weaker than what will be the actual thing. Luckily for you, they are mostly made out of iron, so it does not affect you the same way. However, I will also mention that I hope you are careful out there. Your attacks are very powerful, even at a distance. However, they are quite large as a matter of fact. You are already aware of this, I'm sure.
Honestly, some of you need to start learning how to dodge when two of them are on the field.
Today's been a good day.
Especially with attacks with such a large range, and no way to distinguish between foe and friend.
Friendly fire is always a problem in the midst of combat.
Some kids make it worse.
Indeed.
Have fun piloting the golems, though they are a little awkward sometimes.
They are golems. They weren't meant for dexterous movements.
On campus,
They were
is
not.
there anything to help nullify or suppress mana veins?
Where's the Valkyrie when you need one?
I exerted a lot of ice. My limbs are numb and it's close to the torso. I just need it away from my chest.
Wait, you need ice?
My ice is overexerted because of how weak
That's
it
because you
naturally
lost body
is.
fat.
The insides
Yeah.
of my limbs are all numb. I just need to stop it before it
Eat more
reaches my
protein and
torso.
stuff. No, it's not a bad thing. What?
Fire punch him a few times, please.
Oh, it's all gonna feel good.
Focus the joints.
It hurts.
What?
Body. That means your
Walk around a
body's
bit.
learning.
This is the first I've seen of this.
I don't like it when Ironwood punches me.
Still cold, but
good.
It's not
Hold on.
Professor Ironwood's healing techniques are a little...
That's normal.
The body.
Right.
unorthodox.
I'm also tired of being thrown around today. It's been a lot.
I mean, that just means your team works correctly.
Yeah. But I got the teamwork better now, surprisingly.
Good job.
I was making clear I was not expecting.
My liege, I believe I'm at another crossroads with my development.
It seems
What are
like
your
I'm
options,
progressing
then?
a lot faster than I thought I would be.
I've noticed that I'm lacking
Well, I stopped.
in a
what's
sort
the
of,
word? I stopped.
in a consistent way to
playing
reach
defensive.
tall enemies, or those that prefer to stay at a certain
And then,
distance.
wow, everything
Now
just
I can
kinda
close the
opened up like the
distance,
old me. I was like, wow, this is just like the
but it's not
tournament.
usually effective
Except I'm
against
doing
giants.
teamwork stuff.
So
Because whatever distance I close, they can immediately reopen it, or just keep me perpetually at their optimal range.
Yes, I mainly aimed at you.
I'm almost
How the
thinking,
Centurion part came in. I don't know where that came from.
either I learn
I don't know why that was
about
added.
throwing weapons,
Which I'm
Or I
not
figure out a way to combine my two swords into one bigger one.
Which was why.
With Wilhelm's help.
To save the target
Actually, I'll need Wilhelm's help either way.
Even
Is it possible to modify your
But
magic
either
deck
getting...
to have the fire sword generate from inside between the two prongs of your larger sword?
Wait, sorry, could you say that one more time? It's kind of a lot of people.
Your Magitech
Sometimes
weapon.
it's just a little bit of
You pull it out to make
target
fire.
practice to do.
Is it possible to put it back in and then cause it to have more fire and generate the fire in between the prongs of your larger weapon?
That was the idea. That was the idea for the larger sword, actually. Yes, exactly.
In which case you can hold it above you and then slam it down. It'll be more effective on the larger opponents. Especially if you get a much larger greatsword. It won't have the weight, I don't believe.
Especially with the type of
But it'll have similar force.
Do any of the professors know
Depends on whether or not it burns through or if it's actually physical force. You may want to speak with Virtues about making it an actual construct made of fire rather than a fire sword.
True.
It's very difficult to learn this.
That is generally how I make my things. I already know how to make a shield that exerts force, so... I think having a sword that can do something similar should be feasible.
Are you gonna throw me?
Also,
At least be able to use... Talking about where to go next with Exaliel's development. Potentially making a construct sword out of fire.
I don't know where I'm walking, but yeah,
You'd be the most apt.
Yes, I've noticed that I have trouble fighting larger opponents as they can keep me perpetually at their optimal range. Rather than me closing the distance. So... perhaps a larger weapon will have more impact.
Either a larger weapon or a vest in range.
Oh yes. Ideally.
Which... you could try and figure out a way to concentrate your fire and actually launch it as a projectile.
Well, I do have something similar to that with the slash, but...
I mean more of a concentrated ball. More force than fire.
Maybe.
Something that would spread, cover, burn.
You could do a blast in a cone section of fire. Like a wave.
Perhaps. I'm not sure if I like using both of my hands on my weapon. Well, actually, have my legs.
You would launch it through your weapon, is what I was speaking of.
Oh, I see.
Use your weapon as a focus for it.
Or you can use your fire and propel yourself on the bottom toes of your feet forward in order to reach them quicker.
Well, I can do that with my wings just fine. I don't think it's super necessary for the fire to have added force.
There is some merit to that idea. You can make yourself fly faster.
I could.
Or glide faster. I think it's a more apt way of putting it.
Yeah, you would not need to flap. And, yes, you could glide across the ground. And you move faster, especially if you're using fire to propel yourself. Rapidly increase your speed.
The only thing you have to control is make sure you don't overboard it with your feet, because then you could seriously, injure your legs.
I would combine that with fire on your sword. If you're gliding, your connection to the ground is severed, so your force is near halved. However, if your sword is also burning, you'll be burning whatever you hit, so the force you're delivering won't matter as much.
Let's see.
It would be an exercise in mana, especially for you.
It would be.
It's also
I think
something
I'd like
to work
focus on
towards.
the sword first, and then we'll boost the power of my legs afterwards.
Well, the first thing, as I tell anyone who wants to make a weapon out of magic, first you need to have a good idea what you actually want to make. Now, luckily for you, you already know how to make swords and tinkering with them, so that's already started.
Yes, I just need to make a bigger one.
I was just making a blueprint of a bigger one and then using that as a baseline in order to form the actual magic.
Well, the idea was that when the blue one was fully charged, I put it back in here and have the flames go all the way out.
In a much larger
In
weapon.
that case, it's more just... In that case, it's more just training your mana to be more concentrated and controlling it in order to keep it that way without it evaporating or expanding too far.
Like a central spine of mana?
More or less. Mana can be manipulated with enough training and concentration, as all it is another tool, an extension of yourself. Think of it like blasting mana forward, but instead of blasting, you stop it before it goes too far. And gotcha.
Right. I think I can do that. Might need some help from Wilhelm tweaking the details of the blade, but can I count on your help in making sure the magical construct part actually works as intended, given that I'll be using more my own mana rather than this weapon? Just having it as a focus, rather. Thank you.
I am here to help. Oop. That you are.
How intense should the training be if I want to get it done before the Yisrael departure?
That gives us anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks. So, pretty.
Pretty... is that...
intense.
What is the last word? Intense. I can do intense. Alright. Thank you for your help. I appreciate it.
Of course.
Give it your all, Xalia.
I will, sir. Thank you.
You may be my single unit protecting me.
Yes. And if a construct comes our way, I need to be able to fight it on my own.
Especially if we're grounded.
I apologize again for burning you earlier.
It's fine.
Do not focus on the future problems you also will have to inevitably face as well. The golems are one of the things that I'm certain we'll face because of their, well, weird summoning ordinance, but they most definitely have different hands up their sleeve in this new area.
I'm imagining there's going to be new things. Or poison related as well.
Poison, but my fear is this is the land of magic tech. I wouldn't be surprised if they have some access to that.
Are you suggesting that we might be fighting more constructs?
Or Magitech users.
Potentially. I wouldn't say as advanced as the ones they have in Bright City, as it's hard to steal that and actually unknown and, well, hard yourself. But I wouldn't be surprised if a different type of construct came by as well.
Which if they have Magitech, they may also be more focused on shooting us out of the sky.
Exactly. Well, there's not going to be much sky. You're going to the Undercity, the second layer. So it's going to be a lot of...
What's the separation between the second layer and the roof of the first layer? Or I suppose the floor.
Well, if you're going into the sewers, probably the top of that branch is probably the ceiling. If it's one of the big city areas, I would say probably the top of the tallest tree over there.
I can work with the tree. The branch, which I do hope we are not going into the sewers.
Sadly, the entrance near the elevator leads likely into a sewer tunnel.
Not really.
Wonderful.
Just a quick
Fantastic.
note, you don't have to get up. I forget, you like
Nothing can be done.
deals with the spirits, yes?
I may actually need a protection unit then.
To make of
We will be grounded.
to make of note for you, when I was over by the bench talking to Osu a bit ago, one of the
And
most
especially if
powerful
we're in
spirits
sewers
were
and we're
humming
trapped in
an
single
infuriating
lines, I can
song.
basically do nothing without killing all of them.
Would you be so kind to show me where?
Mm-hmm. Sure.
My lasers simply will not stop.
Find this one.
It was about 40 minutes
Plus,
ago.
home advantage, so I expect potential ambushes as well. So covering
I
the
am.
front and the back will be crucial.
I am expecting several ambushes. I'm attempting to focus on more perceptive students in order to help deal with them. I believe we're taking both Bonnie and James.
James is definitely perspective.
Bonnie due to her tremor sense, and her ability to create walls, which if there are only a few exits and entrances to areas, means we can block them off, so that cultists can't escape.
I wonder how good her tremor sense works on metal.
Unsure. At least on ground. She said she has a range of about 50 feet. I assume this
That makes
degrades in
sense.
water environments and metal. However, whatever kind of capability we'll be able to get will be useful.
True, especially around corners.
I remember you saying earlier that your magic sight is different.
Yeah, slightly, yes.
How is it different?
You see things in a radar, blips of magic. Am I correct to assess that?
Sort of. I more see things, I imagine, well, I was going to say similar to you, in everything around. I see the mana veins. If they get too far away, I can't see any of the finer details, but I can at least tell the potency and the color, the element and how much mana they happen to have. And details are lost further and further away.
My eyes see more than just mana. They can see physical images, visualization, actually what I'm trying to picture. If I focus hard enough, that is. It's similar to clairvoyance in a sense. Granted, the magic is easier to see than the actual whole picture. And I do have to concentrate extremely hard, especially for long distance.
Interesting.
The only caveat is, well, when I'm looking far away, I can't exactly do anything with my actual body, because I'm kind of sending my consciousness or my eyes in a faraway location, so can't really do that in an exposed location.
Can that be taught?
Eventually, but it's gonna take years.
I imagine so. I'm attempting to find something worth learning in the time we have left.
Eyes. Yes.
Europa's incredibly EP.
Okay.
They blew all of their mana in a star heraldry.
Then they should probably go rest if they're EP.
I'm surprised they're still
I'm
up.
gonna talk to the big unicorn and get her to go to get him to bed.
I think that would be best.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wait, they're referring to her as the big unicorn. That's actually kind of funny.
Are they referring to Impa as a unicorn?
Yep.
Right. Of course they are.
Yep. That's one way to refer to a giant Oni.
Yes. I have found myself. I am trying to improve my general magic. However, it's been slow going, especially trying to figure out that auxiliary spell. I have no current projection about when that'll be done. I have no interest in a familiar.
No, that's fair.
Star heraldry was interesting, and my first attempt went far better than I expected, considering how Europa's went.
Star Chili, that had a lot more chance to it than skill sometimes. Don't get me wrong,
Yes.
you definitely need a gift. But at the end of the day, well, it just depends if those assholes smile kindly on you or not.
The one I met was definitely interesting.
Oh yeah? Which one was that?
Fury.
Oh, sound like you got a fun one.
Yes. They burned off half my hand.
Touching.
However, overall, I learned a good lot in that conversation. However, I wouldn't consider Star Heraldry a skill that I should learn. Not fully. It's something that I can perform. But I'm looking for something to learn. Be useful outside of gathering information. I can only practice on proving my mana potency more and more. So I also find myself at a crossroads. I'm already one of the strongest offense students at this school.
Yes, you are a really good glass cannon.
I'm aware.
Okay, are you looking for something more utility or more offense? I should probably clarify to begin with.
I would imagine something more utility. I've already started looking in with Fontaine about runes, seeing if I can find obscure ones. Ones that can be made more useful than what they appear.
Yeah, there are a few ones. Each of the professors know a few obscure ones. Runes can be powerful, but they also take time to actually make and perfect.
Yes, that was also something I was considering.
Are students allowed to try and force feed other students mana crystals?
Is it because they have low mana and it's a health risk, or is it because of the
They have low mana, as far as I've heard.
Europa is not in any danger.
Yeah, if it's Europa, it's okay. No, they're EP because they're low mana.
Yeah, that's why. But it's not a health risk, they're just low energy.
Yeah, they're fine. It's fine.
I'm
As
gonna go
unless they're
inform them to
feeding you
stop
a
trying
bomb,
to
it's fine.
force,
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Do you know of any way to make me forget a thing?
Did what?
A frying pan.
Did what?
Please. I have learned something for once that I wish to unlearn.
They're in the kitchen.
Go wild. Knock yourself out.
Wait, won't I
Literally.
Good on you for surviving.
It's black. It's probably on the stove.
I know,
It's made out.
I know what a frying pan is. I'm saying like
Sweet.
frying pan versus gargoyle head.
Bye now.
Just give it.
Whichever one's fastest.
I'm sorry for me being myself and standing in vicinity and everyone coming to appropriate during the middle of a conversation.
Oh, a trip? I thought I was gonna...
That's how I imagined this would go, to be honest with you.
You had me scared there for a second. I thought you were gonna say you're going to...
Look, one day I'll get peace and quiet, and that day will be when I'm dead.
Based off the prediction you got from Sop, yes?
I wasn't dead at the end. I was just missing an arm, and one of my wings were almost completely ripped off.
And you were smiling.
And I was smiling. Oh wait, yeah, you guys didn't hear the audio. That's funny.
No, but I could see it.
Oh, okay. You didn't hear the voice, but besides that, back to the matter at hand.
No, stop by the library as well as stop by my father's home.
I'm attempting to figure out if there's some utility I can get from possibly learning constructs.
Regarding Starborn artifacts.
Utility from constructs. There's a few things that you can get from constructs.
I forgot what the lady's name was, but a red-haired lady.
Depends on what you want to do.
Which hat?
Do you want to make a servant, a scout?
Met her at the pier.
Oh, yes, her.
Besides,
My running to her,
I wasn't thinking that kind of construct.
Tell her I said hi.
I was more thinking about the way you form shapes into constructs. Weapons.
Oh.
Except I don't see what forming weapons into constructs would honestly gain me.
No, just spitballing. Making some of your magic that help you utility-wise.
I find myself
Trying to figure out
beyond. Yes. I find myself outside of the times we're talking about planning and practicing my own personal abilities. I have room, but no current thought about what to actually go into.
You could make something that helps you store / regenerate your mana.
That is currently what limits me. How would I do that?
Well, it's similar to Geo's rapier. It's made of the crystal part. The crystal part is made of mana crystals. That helps her regenerate her mana over time the more she uses the rapier. Winter's rapier does something similar because he won that from a prize from me, Fontaine, and Sayuri. So the point is, it is possible to make certain items, gear, gloves, necklaces, you name it, that can, with mana crystals, slowly regenerate or store your mana. The shape it takes really depends on the
I
user.
don't have any concrete evidence. Well, I figured that we might as well, after some time, stop by the library over in Yanchi. It's one of the largest libraries I've seen, at least in the Vanguard.
That could be useful.
Hopefully,
How would they be made?
and sadly,
Well, in your case, it would need light crystals for all these fucking reasons. Then you would need certain metals in order to likely conduct magic safely and efficiently. And how much of that would depend on how big the thing you're making is.
but I'm not too sure if the damage was ever so severe that he ended up having to get
And
repaired.
naturally, the bigger the thing is, the more it can
I don't know
effectively
how
do
much
it.
affected possibly his memories, or if it just wasn't damaged enough. Things of that sort.
Making a light crystal doesn't sound too hard. Simply use onyx.
Should be a good trip. Because even if you don't find out much, it's better to find out something than nothing.
Precise. And apologies, Mr. Onyx.
Onyx is quite useful, after all.
I imagine there's also a benefit to the fact it would be a light crystal made out of my own mana.
It would be more potent specifically when it comes to your mana specifically. You would make making something that's really conducting for yourself and yourself alone.
Yes.
Alright. In any case,
I basically have all the knowledge of how to rune. I just don't know what rune to start. Like, I know which ones I want to learn.
Would it be possible to have that completed before we head out? What's the usual time frame on this?
Last year when I was first learning rune, it shows off a bunch of pretty easy to learn runes. That might be a good place to start.
The earliest?
Easy to learn runes for simple uses such
But
as
typically a month? So it would be a crunch.
In that case, I might save it for a later project.
for example,
enhanceability,
enhanceability,
Hello.
mending, and rejuvenation aid.
Hello.
Hello.
So,
Virtues. Do you know if Hezekiah is still going to do his training?
I have no idea. I have been everywhere all day, so I haven't seen Hezekiah since the
He is right there. Oh no, that's Buell. My bad.
I
was
also
gonna
made that
say,
mistake upon walking this way. They
They
have
have different
eerily
skin
similar
colors.
silhouettes. I will ask,
They
but I'm
do.
mainly asking due to I will be heading to bed soon, as my energy is running low tonight.
Honestly, I think it'll be too late to do that anyway, so I think you're good.
I do not understand why he wishes to utilize the nighttime segments when we can just do it during sparring time.
Honestly,
it is the smaller things that I question from him only, though. I understand the purpose of his training.
Hezekiah is smart. However, I will typically say something to him, and then he will take it a direction that I did not even think, like I didn't consider. Like when I told
I have
him
brought up to him, but I will bring up to the rest of the Vanguard to vote on potentially having a second, that being me, of course, to assist him and have the helping hand while he is out, if it is just voting that is the criteria.
I mean, I already elected you as that, but if you want to, put it in writing, then by all means.
Yes, that is the idea. I believe that is only then Hezekiah may fully understand that. It may also help too when he is out, as I know he is out during the midday when Vanguard is most available.
Because trying to master certain runes, especially
I mean,
if you're having
what I told you before still stands. When he's not here, you'll basically temp.
your mana pool low, just trying to
Understood.
really get the hang of it.
I will keep that in mind.
Just keep that in mind.
Yes, but good job
That
today.
is-
Thank you for covering the constructs where I was being dragged everywhere.
Of course. It is the same amount of training for me. I learned a little bit more about the
I actually already have
puppets
rooms in
themselves
that
and how
book
they
that I
work,
believe
and
would benefit Onyx
our
really
friends
well.
get a little bit more training in fighting the cultists.
First of all, the
I see it
sending
as a
room.
win.
That's a good room for
Maybe, who
practicing
knows,
one's
maybe
spells.
one
You
day
can
I'll
also
teach
save
you
your
how to make
energy
a
too.
silver
Such as the
Gakram.
activation room, mending room.
That may be
or
interesting.
Say you yourself take damage
Mm-hmm.
or stone might.
It also
Yeah,
allowed you
making
to
one's
save
a lot more
energy for
difficult
the
than controlling one, I can tell you that much.
dragon.
This is one I learned
Oh,
specifically
yeah,
myself.
the dragons
I also
are,
use the enhanced
those
ability.
took me
You can
a
either
bit.
set it to enhance your
I can
mind,
tell.
increase your learning
I was
prowess,
stop interrupting
or
you.
enhance
That
your
is all.
body.
No, you're good.
For you,
Thank
the
you.
enhancement of your learning prowess.
It provides good white noise for me to think.
In order for you, I'd recommend enhanced first, and then
Before
the
you
other two in
even
order.
ask, no, you can't learn how to make a silver Gakram in 3 weeks.
No, it's not something I considered. My thoughts have turned to mana potency.
It's basically long distance communication. If you
Hmm.
have a stone linked to a sending stone
Let's
linked
see.
to another sending stone, you can communicate.
Besides just
create
actually
one-way messages, so
training
only one person
for
can
your
hear
mana
through
to
it
be
while
more
one cannot.
potent, either through natural
Basically,
control
dragons are
or
extremely
expanding your mana, or etc., etc., basic trainings and all that.
The more you
The only
master
other
sending
way to
room,
do
the
it
longer the distance
quicker
you go as well.
and temporarily would be potions, honestly.
That's a thought.
Yes.
I may just end up tabling the idea altogether. At least on trying to find I suppose, a subsidiary utility type of ability.
You're trying to be productive, and I can condemn you for that. But if it's taking this much brain power, then
You have to learn teleportation on top of sending to teleport around.
That is something that I wanted to learn eventually. Because
I would say then, yeah, current thing would be either having more mana or stronger spells. I don't actually need other spells.
So you want to throw them around and then warp to them.
I guess. I'm not gonna lie, it would be better if you had something besides laser beams, just in case you don't accidentally laser beam one of your comrades in the back.
Always been more of a unique one. It's one that specifically my father.
Actually, that does bring up an issue.
The sending rune and the teleportation rune, and he.
Weren't we running into an issue before about finding people capable of healing light users?
Hello, Xalia.
One that's able to
Hello, Lance.
send messages, but
I had something I wanted to bring up to you. A
I
recent
do
idea
know there are
had.
some
Yes, what is it?
people, if I'm
As
not
you know,
mistaken,
as a
isn't
guy
the
who likes
mermaid
organizing
a
himself
light
as the
user?
class president, which is exceptional.
Yes. Viviana and Daniel
Virtues has informed me
are
that
capable of
I
light
should be
healing.
over second in command.
We got a little bit of an emergency.
I'll talk to you two later.
put it to a
Okay,
poll
what am
to
I
have
dealing
me
with?
be a second
Oh
command.
dear.
But in writing, and also while he is still here, as
Are you
his
thinking about
attendance
expanding
is
upon
iffy.
learning healing spells?
I wanted to see what your idea
I'm debating it.
was of making me a potential second president.
I find myself still with extra time.
It's how I summon all of my items that aren't conjurations.
What do you need me to
The
do?
reason I am asking of this,
I would like to simply just make my lasers stronger.
I forgot to state, is because the only qualification to a president is a vote.
Yes.
A president can be voted out.
Yeah, the
and a
issue
president can be
there
voted
then.
in. That is the
Well,
reason
you
I am
may
asking your
become
opinion.
stronger yourself.
Once I have a majority of the
But what
Vanguard's
about your
opinion,
troops?
I will potentially call a meeting. I'm also still waiting to see Hezekiah's answer, as I have asked him about this idea already.
Yes.
Regardless of the answer, I wanted to bring it up in a meeting, as I think it'll be useful regardless. Which is why I wanted to ask your opinion. If you think it is a
Which
good idea.
primarily, that's what my position in cavalry is for.
I don't see the issue.
better decisions and better orders for them, making better use of their skills.
Since we're going to be meeting up later anyway.
Hello, Sabriel.
Oh,
I'll be asking the last.
am I interrupting or I can't
No.
No, fine.
Simply just theory crafting, I suppose.
Of course.
Mm.
I find myself with some extra time and debating what, at a crossroads, about where I should specialize myself.
Mm.
Are you looking for something?
Yeah.
Mm.
Looks like you've got a game plan.
I've been going to speak to Cube about our team, considering I do not know how much he knows yet. I wanted to bring up something Vivian brought up to me.
Honestly fair.
Yes?
Good to hear that you're trying to fill
What is it?
A lot of lower Israel is construction or making magic items, factories and such.
Yes.
We were talking about the dragon that we saw on the last outing. And she brought up the point of not necessarily that one of those may be there, but because the factories themselves usually have very large warehouses and stuff, I know that most of our combat and stuff is probably going to be in smaller corridors and such. But there is possibilities of maybe having to fight larger things if they're hiding or storing something like that down there.
I'm starting to get like that as well. I used to be very cut off cold. If you remember when you
They cleared out a warehouse or cleared out a section of one of the factories, they'd have a lot of room to put something, keep something.
Potentially
Just
fighting large constructs.
I've been lately trying to improve my
Mhm.
social skills and not be as such a.
I very much doubt
Just an
they would
idea
have
for us to
creatures down
keep in
there.
mind.
No, it's a good concern that you just brought up.
Mm.
I'm debating on my whole reputation here at this school. I know what it is. I know what people think of me. It's just I don't know if it's a good or a bad thing.
Currently, I think it's something our squads are just going to be aware of. That they would treat it all together the same. If they're holding a construct in a large area, or they're holding a large construct in a small area, it will be more restricted than us. If it's in a large area, we can maneuver.
Oh no, you are genuinely smart. Like I've known that from the start. It's just sometimes you.
We'll have to adapt to the
Just something I
situation
thought
as we
should
get
bring
there.
up, make sure.
Yes.
Of course.
I also need to know who still yet has not been picked.
I might turn in for now. Go to my room for a bit.
That's a good question indeed, because
You already have your command unit, now that I know it's possible. I would like someone to be able to support Exalio.
When you come in, just go down and the back shelf to the right. It's an entire section dedicated to runecraft. There's a sign above it and everything.
It'd have to be someone quick, because I don't think it would be good to have anyone that would slow her down.
Yes. I was originally going to leave it to just Exalio, except we'll potentially be grounded, which will lower both you and mine fighting capabilities.
Right.
Speaking about Israel,
Yes.
I would suggest it, as the pollution
Well, she
may
picked
sometimes
it.
stick to the sky.
Impa?
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe so. Has Impa been chosen? Aura?
Oh.
Has Impa been chosen?
I know that two of my remaining units are interested in Impa.
But they have not taken
What
her.
do you mean your commanders?
They've not. Yeah.
I think she'd be a great
Two of
choice.
Right now, I'm aware
Would you like a rundown if you have not already analyzed her yourself?
I witnessed a bit of the fighting.
I believe it's
It may
said it's gonna
potentially be a
tug of war
larger.
for Impa and for the deer person. Emil.
Of like, you know.
Hold on.
Yes.
By the way, we're showing her thing. Really? It's done on it.
Fire and Earth.
Correct.
Mixed signals of relationships at a time.
They had some
Mixture known as bedrock is what she calls it.
Hello, Menace.
I have learned, well, I will be learning, 3 new
That crab just did a backflip.
King crab.
Hey, bud.
Once I learn how to master it, I am going to
Exaliel, could you grab Impa? Bring them over here.
Yes.
Turns out, yes, so, here's the fun, alright? So, I told you about how I want to put runes
I'll
on crystals.
present to you the king crab.
Yes.
Best crab.
I've learned these runes can be any size I want them to be.
Time has slipped by me. Is it next week we move out or the week after?
I believe it's the week after.
The week after.
One of these runes is the Sunday.
And hopefully we can get group training in next week, now that we've done our general mandated.
Along with messages
Yeah,
and voices.
I would like to do that next week.
Unfortunately, I will probably be on dummy duty.
Okay, I want you to picture this real quick.
That's fair.
You put a sending
That's
rune
fine.
on the tip of an arrow.
Instead
No,
of
I am already
dummies,
aware
I
of
believe
all
that
Menace
would be
says
fine
no.
across all of
That
them.
arrow into the middle of the group, not aiming for anyone.
I am already
I
aware of
believe it
your
would be
skill.
fine
You-
for us to all spar
You
each
don't
other.
want. He doesn't want you on dummy duty. He wants you to be with us.
Worry about it. And
I have
then
already fought
the
with all of
sending
our
rune
combatants.
is on the arrow tip, and the arrow tip is made out of the hardest crystal that I can make. The rune will be perfectly
I will
intact.
find some
I should
time
be
to-
laughing.
Send things through the
I will
rune,
find some
and
time to
now
train with all
there's
of
a
us.
bunch of really hazardously filled magma crystals in the middle of their group.
Have you currently been selected?
Go kablooey and insta magma puddle.
Ooh, careful.
You mean on one of those teams? No.
Yes.
Around for a few million years. I mean,
Would you like to join mine?
Wouldn't it be better to do a magma tipped
Do I need to do paperwork?
crystal
If
head?
not,
No.
I'm fine, sure.
I mean, yes, that also works.
Your
but
primary
this
job,
is a
along with Exaliel's,
Fair question.
is to keep me alive so I can continue to give orders to the other commanders.
If you can shoot your arrow through
I
some
won't be going
bars,
back to the
I
rooms.
can
If you need me, I'll
put
be in the
myself
library.
or others
Easy
in,
enough.
I see.
and then through the same
Good.
rune, pull them out. So we are no longer limited to what
From
we
seeing
can
you fight
physically get through,
this week
but
and
whatever we
last
can send
week,
through the cracks with the
I
rune.
thought that you'd be a good recommendation.
Potentially, though.
It would make rescue.
You need better
a lot
judgment, I
easier.
would say.
It would.
You know what I meant?
Yes,
I'll bite.
realizing. At this point, I'm gonna have to get a bloody quiver.
You're gonna take one of the newbies to just go on?
Oh, don't worry about
It's
that.
kind of funny.
You can just put slap
You also cover one of the enemy types that Exaliel is not better suited for, which are the very large enemies, which most likely will target me,
Did something quite recent.
especially if I'm being forcibly grounded.
Junk that we fought the other day.
Honestly, some
Easy
runes
peasy.
and some arrow tips
Good.
that are literally ignites fire crystals.
So, I'm gonna play a game here. I'm just saying. Who's on your team?
So you
Also,
and
what do you do? I feel like that
at this point,
that would be
you and
decent
Mr.
information to
Willow
know.
is just
I am currently
the
one
key
of the
for me
high
to use the
commanders for
other
this mission,
elements. And
under
how'd you
which
feel?
I have 3 commanders who have their own
I'm
teams.
probably gonna go to bed soon.
My team exclusively exists to protect me
I'm just lay down and close my eyes for a bit.
and to replace members of the other squads should they go down,
I mean, it's
provided I
considered
don't
one thing
need the
done.
protection as much as we
More
originally
arrows
thought.
for me.
Yeah. Recently, the Gordon
Currently,
figured out
the
that
team is
so you've
simply
got,
me,
like,
intelligent
you,
they
and Exaliel.
broke their worldview. They damn near had a midlife crisis.
I can deal with that.
By
Less
the way, I
people,
figured
less
out what two of
social.
those new types of magic
That's
do.
good, actually.
Pollen
You know what?
makes things grow, and obsidian or plasma just makes a giant like pool of plasma.
What we're exactly going to do is going to differ depending on the terrain we encounter. However, primarily, we will all be staying back, slightly. We won't be away from the fighting, but we won't be in the center of it.
Interesting.
I mean, you said the goal was for you to actually give intel and stay safe. Makes sense to me so far.
I will be flying whenever able. Exaliel will most likely be differing, or jumping between the ground and the air. I mostly need your assistance for when I'm forcibly grounded, due to the fact that we are operating under a constant ceiling, and may potentially be going into buildings, or even smaller locations. Can you fight in cramped conditions?
Absolutely. I don't need to fight with this big ass thing on my back.
Good, that'll do.
Good to know. I'm gonna go.
I suppose that's a good thing to actually mention. Since, you know, I guess I don't want you to get all freaked out if you actually get grounded. I can't make, well, are you aware of what I do? My affinities and whatnot?
I'm aware of your affinities, yes. I'm aware of some of your strength. I don't think I've ever actually seen any of your abilities, any of your spells.
Right, because I don't like using them. I can make simple shapes out of bedrock. You know, compressed magma stone.
Mm-hmm.
I can't make anything fancy like a weapon, but I can make big shapes. So that includes things like domes. So if you get forcibly grounded, I can actually create you a little dome of protection. If that happens.
That will have its use. You may also, if I'm understanding this right, close off exits.
Yeah, if I can jam a boulder in there or something that looks like one, sure. Just don't ask me to make an actual door.
That won't be necessary. I simply need the cultists not to be able to escape.
Stay here? Or, because I'm gonna go to the clinic, then I'm probably gonna go to my room.
Oh yeah, the gist of it is I don't use my abilities because I'm not very good at them.
I gotcha.
It's not exactly my
You did not do the X. Ugh.
That'll be more than fine for this. I'm selecting you because of your martial abilities.
I mean, if it's just a bunch of blokes trying to get to you, sure, I'll bet them in half. I don't mind. That's easy enough.
Good. You're on the team then. We'll be heading out most likely in 2 weeks.
I do have one, I guess one criteria I'd like to know.
Mm-hmm.
What do other people's abilities do? I assume you do more than fly?
Yes. I cut things. Turn them to dust.
Well, that's not horrifying at all. Anything else?
Generally, I'm ranged. I try not to get up close in my fighting at all. However, I can support.
Yeah, somehow
I'm very accurate with these.
That doesn't surprise me at all. What about the other one?
Exaliel.
This on fire. It's
Hello, Menace.
nothing fancy. That's about it. That.
Gotcha.
I will not be using the vast majority of my abilities if I do not think I have a clear shot.
Well, doesn't that go without saying? Isn't that the whole point?
Yes. It does mean that primarily I won't actually be directly behind you. I'll be attempting to get to the side, especially if I'm grounded. If I'm above you, I will simply just move. If there are occasions where you're not immediately breaking the opponent you're fighting, if you back up visibly enough, I can keep them from trying to take advantage of it. The only issue is that my lasers don't stop. They will continue through them, and then anything behind them. Or anyone behind them.
Do you consider yourself accurate?
Very.
If I get on one of those big pile of junks, you think you'd be able to assist me then? Because I don't think I can dispatch of them on my own. Unless I'm given a bit of time, actually.
I've already faced them several times before. They don't like my light magic.
Yeah, well, I don't think anybody likes being beamed in the face.
No. I imagine they don't. There is one more thing you should be aware of. However, I can't aim this toward any of you.
No.
You've already seen it, Aura.
Is it what you did towards the poor sirens? The charm users?
Yes. You also want to not get too close from beside me. I would say take a couple steps more back.
Understood. Overall, I don't want any light nearby me. Probably.
Alright, I get it now. Thanks for the heads up.
If I see an opportunity, it's good to use that against large groups of enemies.
Alright. I guess, oh boy. I guess I have to explain this to you guys. It would be bad if I had to actually use it and you guys don't know. I'm not gonna use it right now. In fact, I don't use it. Like, ever. I think in my whole life I've used it like maybe 7 or 8 times. There's something I can do. And God, I'm the worst to explain it. It makes me go a bit out of control. Okay? If I get locked inside of a room with nobody else and me and a single enemy and I know I can't attack allies or get to allies, and it's a situation in life and death. There's a lot of criteria to this. I might change. Okay?
Understood. Hopefully, we won't have to make use of that ability.
One of the main things that happens is, well, my hair gets much longer, if you can imagine that. It's very obvious. I know it's kind of vague, but it's almost like a fight or flight kind of situation type thing. It doesn't... It's annoying, but it does happen. It has happened in the past.
Understood. If we see this occur, should we just get out of your way?
Gain some distance, and if you need to snap me out of it, anybody that knows how to calm emotions or stuff like that is the best bet. It's not like it's difficult to snap me out of it, it's just a thing that... I don't know, if I get under shock and I'm threatened, it might pop. It might happen. Mind you, I haven't had it happen in 7 years. In reference.
Understood. The chances of that actually occurring on this mission are then low. Provided...
I don't really know how it happens to begin with. It's just kind of a thing.
I more meant that we be a little bit more separated from the fighting rather than if you were on the team of one of the commanders. They're my arms for this. They're going out and enforcing the will of the mission. This team is more specialized.
I mean, I just want to play fair game and let you know. That's all.
Yes.
Listen,
Thank you for the warning.
I'm not really scared of anything of like those. If it's more of those things, then I'm not worried at all.
The only thing that might be concerning is the general. Like a mana drain on touch, as it's speculated.
Remind me, where is that speculation from?
Multiple of the visions. That's why I'm saying speculation, not confirmed. Though there's been visions where all it took was a simple prick and the mana and everything from the inside out got torn. I believe you were there, Exalia, for that one. The child.
I see. I recall that one.
That may potentially be related to their artifact. That's not something explicitly related to them being a doppelganger.
Yeah, though it's speculated the artifact is contact-based.
However, the chances of the general also being present are low.
Perspective. This artifact is capable, presumably, of literally draining you dry, so you literally end up in a comatose state or dead. One of the two.
Do we have visual on that kind of stuff?
The problem is inherently
like?
they're a doppelganger, which means the answer is always no.
Oh, fucking.
However,
Okay.
we do have an advantage, in that all of the other cultists all generally look the same. If something looks unique, no other units like it. Be especially cautious. We've also encountered poison users and acid users.
I don't suppose, like, you know, I'm not one for the books much, but do we have any documentation that I could, like, flip through?
We have the dolls, which you've already been practicing against. As for actual documentation, there's not much. Currently, it's more that there's living documentation through the cavalry members, of which we're still attempting to find more about. Both Aura and I are actually new to cavalry.
We're new, though we're trying our best to make up for the lack of documentation.
Answer.
If you guys, any of them spew water, by any chance?
I believe
Not from
the cultists have access to a lot of elements, given the fact that they're all generally wearing masks that hide their appearance and species. And, for some of them, it also hides their element. I'm not able to determine their element on sight. they do potentially have water users. However, I believe the most they've been trained with is coating their sword. I have not yet seen large water projectiles. If that's something you're concerned about, imagine you're already aware of the student named Yasashi.
I'm not good with names.
Small human. Water user.
Well, I mean, most folks are kind of small, but, well, yeah, it's the thing that I'm most concerned with. I don't do well with it. I'm working on it.
I don't think you'll encounter that. The vast majority of them seem to be fire and lightning focused.
Well, if that's the case, then I think this is just piece of cake, then.
We'd like to hope so.
Anything else critical I should be aware of?
The air quality in Israel is poor. I believe we're making a large amount of gas masks, which you may have to wear. If it'll even fit with your horn.
I'll figure something out, I guess.
Yes. At least on the second layer, the air isn't quite toxic, more as it is just low enough in quality to be uncomfortable. If for any reason we get an access to the third floor, the air there will begin to suffocate and kill you.
Okay.
Israel was very poorly constructed.
That's not too much info, but it's decent enough. I can work with that.
If you have other questions throughout the week, you can simply come ask one of us. I'm not aware of what you don't know.
I probably will. Well, I don't know a lot. I've been here for 3 weeks.
Generally, the cult members aren't actually an issue. The only ones that begin to become dangerous are the constructs and the commanders. Which I believe you've seen both
Guess I'll
now.
have to see how that goes. Well, I've
The
seen
commanders are
constructs,
fast.
assuming that's those big things.
Those are the constructs, yes. Slow, constructed of iron, fire, and dark aligned. Smaller than them are the commanders.
What about
They're
the
also
commandos,
physically
then?
strong.
What do those look like?
I've only ever seen commanders with fire and lightning elements. And even then, the vast majority of them seem to be pure users.
And their combat style is fighting with their bare fists.
Rough.
Yeah?
I would
You
say
had me worried
the
for a
vast majority of them come up to about your lower abdominals. However, they also vary in
Funny.
height. We have seen ones incredibly large. However, that might have also been directly related to the fact it was Zirin and there was wild magic around.
Okay, so those cultists, did they show any type of actual, like, warfare knowledge? You know, ambushing, that
Generally.
sort of stuff, or...
They're very adept at ambushing. They seem to come out of areas that no one's being looked at, or no one's currently looking at. They have access routes that are generally hidden, and I imagine that's going to get worse due to the fact that we're going into an area they've already been in for months. Rather than when we fought them the first time, Zirin in a forest.
Alright, I think that's everything then.
I believe so. If there are things that come up in the field, I can simply inform you about them then.
I would appreciate it. Any edge we have, like, before anything actually happens, I'll take it.
If you can, when you fight commanders, check to see if they have anything. We actually obtained a remarkable amount of information due to just looting commanders' bodies, at least while we were in Zirin.
You mean like anything of value, intel, I don't know, weapons?
I'm not too interested in their weapons.
Parchments.
However, if they seem to have papers of any kind.
You'd have to be a real dumbass to just go on the battlefield with important intel in your pocket, but the fuck
They
do I
did
know?
that. And I'm going to take advantage of it once again. The reason we primarily know about this Israel attack is due to information that was held on a commander in Zirin. They had a map of Kaminari Alley in Israel, where they spot where they plan to start the attack. We did not previously have access to that information.
Okay. Noted. Well, if that's everything,
I believe
gonna
that's
get moving.
everything.
Oh, Aaron, there was a thing that my commanders brought to my attention.
Yes.
Be careful even if you try to take civilians. After all, they could just be disguised. And just have one of those little needles to prick you. Whenever, time to pick
Yes. That is actually one more thing to be concerned of. The way the cultists actually operate. The reason they all look similarly is they were all outfitted with masks that cover their actual clothes and appearances. It makes them look the same. However, should they take these off, they will look like normal civilians.
So if I see civilians, I can politely tell them to fuck off then?
As far as I know, the area has been locked down, but I don't believe it was evacuated. I believe the civilians are there currently trapped with the cultist because there's no guarantee that they're not one. They may genuinely be civilians. It'll be something we're going to have to play by ear.
Use them as human shields.
Yes, that is also a possibility. And generally, they are going to have access to poisons. Ones with very, very quick death times.
Do they have, I assume so, but do they have any bows, crossbows, that sort of stuff?
As far as we've seen, no. However, they do have mages. They have more ranged capability. We also may see things we have not seen yet before. So bows and crossbows are a possibility, due to the fact we're going to Yisrael, which is the Magitech capital
You
of the
said
world.
we're gonna find in a camp place though, right? That's camped environment?
Yes.
Cramped environments.
We're going to
Potentially
the second
even
layer.
sewers and so on.
And potentially through the sewers.
Sewers?
As far as I know, and have just been informed of, that's actually our entrance point.
But
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm not. Well, I assume you folks know about that, but if we're in a sewer, I'm not going to. I would not use my flames at all.
Oh, that is another good important thing to note. There are several gas pockets across the second layer of Israel where if flame is used, it will ignite.
That's what I was getting at.
Yes.
I've had
As
bad
far as we
experiences in the
know,
past.
there are none of these gas pockets that should be around Kaminari Alley. However, they most likely will be present in some small quantity in the sewers.
Another thing I'm just gonna say, you did ask about if they had anything in relation to archers. We have at least one confirmation that there exists one, though that's a general, the Flame Archer.
If the flame archer is there, we have much larger problems.
I'm not worried too much about the archer itself, but they mentioned poison. I'm not exactly looking forward to getting nicked by an arrow that's coated in poison.
I don't believe the flame archer will do that. From what I've heard, I believe it will most likely be a larger arrow shot coated with fire, along with his speed.
Okay.
He also has several unknown capabilities because he experiments with people's bodies. He thinks of himself as an
I feel like
alchemist.
there's a lot of unknowns, but
Yes, that's
what's your
unfortunately the problem.
Last time that you guys operated and you did a mission, did it go well?
Yes. It went extremely well, I believe, on our side. The other side did not go as well. Which is mostly because they went in there without any sort of actual plan.
I mean, that's on them. Like, I want them to come back, but like, if you just head in without a plan, I'm not too sure what you're expecting.
That is ultimately the consensus opinion. This mission will go well. We have been planning for it for quite a long time now.
Oh, I'm not worried. I'm definitely not planning on having on my gravestone the first mission I've ever went by and I just fucking died in a ditch.
I don't think that'll happen.
Anyhow, stay safe, I suppose.
You as well, Impa.
I literally hate that aspect that they brought up is a possibility that they might literally just resort to bloody poison arrows. Despicable, revolting.
That is why I've been directing Reed to develop anti-poisons for the past week. I had already thought of it.
As I believe I have asked this question before, though, once again. Do you have something to help you if you get charmed?
I believe currently that's most likely going to be something that might fall on Impa. If both of us are caught in a charm. I've already determined, by the way, Exalio. Anti-charm runes do not help. It helps others, but not our kind.
And your team has all the angels, from my knowledge.
I don't believe we have Daniel.
We don't have Daniel, but I don't think we need him.
Yes. Yes, we do.
Then, majority of all the angels.
I want to discount the possibility due to how improbable it is. But it was also equally improbable on the last mission.
Exactly.
And we still don't know why there are sirens in Zirin.
Enjoying yourself, Menace?
If there's nothing else, I think I'm going to return to my room.
No, I have nothing else to bring up to you.
I'm going to see if I can find land.
Okay. I don't know where the rest went then. I don't know.
It's probably easier to find virtues. I think lands have retired.
Shit.
I see.
Blacksmith?
Awesome. Who the hell hangs out at the blacksmith?
Willem.
I mean, that makes sense for Willem.
I've seen a lot of private talks
myself when I had to get there to get heat.
For some reason.
And so that's the end of everything here for today. I'd assume a nearby assignment is to have the gathered groups for the cavalry and for the war front to get together. Some of them aren't even aware of who their teammates are.
They're not? You've already been selected for Ryga's team. Are you aware of that?
I do not know my teammates in line. That's why I request the groups be gathered up at some point for joint exercise to be aware of each other.
That's a good suggestion. There'll be a group gathering next week, then.
Understood, sir.
I believe we're already currently missing too many of our members.
The devil are they doing at the forge now?
Are you waiting for something, Menace? Square. I'm off.
But if you want to
I'll
sleep
just
in
sleep
it
in
tonight, because I do have a bed, you can have it.
I'll just sleep in a... Oh.
No, you
I'll
can
sleep
sleep in the hammock. You can sleep in the hammock.
You
It's
sleep in the
okay.
hammock, but you deserve a room
No, you can sleep in the
regardless.
hammock. You can sleep in the hammock.
Okay.
My favorite animal is a lamb.
I'll be sleep well.
Oh, you... No.
Milo.
You enjoy yourself, but I'm gonna find you a room.
You should
I'll
see a
you,
blanket
Ava.
and everything nearby, even if you don't open your eyes properly.
A lamb? Why?
And there's a pillow.
I don't know, they're just cute.
Well, there
Fair
goes my
enough.
hammock.
Give me a second.
Oh,
I
you'll
need
be
to give
fine.
Aurora
Yeah, I know.
a place to
I have a
sleep,
bed,
think.
I suppose.
Exactly, you should actually make use of it.
Excuse me?
I know you like your outdoors, but I'm just giving you shit.
Yeah, I'm just playing along.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I definitely needed this though.
Mm-hmm.
Holy frick.
This does feel nice.
Oh, you can actually feel the water yourself? Or I can't really tell, I'm just going off your words.
I can. Oh.
I'm gonna go say hi to
You're familiar too, right?
Take care of Leppy.
And you can speak too.
But I want to.
Be safe.
Which ones are you?
you too.
I'm mom's.
Translation, it's Professor Sayori.
One of them, anyways.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Oh, you have more.
I technically have a sibling, yes. Mama did a Wonderland familiar too.
Oh, the Wonderlands. They're an interesting bunch.
The two familiars are
Arlo,
conversing.
that green one right there is Trickster, which is my familiar.
Hello.
Hello.
Anyways, I have a very important question for you.
Oh, you do?
Oh boy.
You want to join the Union of Familiars?
The what?
Unionizing.
Union of Familiars?
No.
Remember how I was telling you about the Council of Familiars and such?
Oh, it's like a council.
Yes.
Oh boy.
Of course I'd love to be a part of it.
The 2 new members today.
Wonderful.
God.
I love collaboration.
I wonder if my sister would join.
See?
I missed that.
So Mama would summon her.
How old is your Wonderland sibling?
Very old.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh, hey, by the way, Trickster. You might... Oh, did you just go in the water?
It was deeper than I expected.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely be careful of that. There might apparently be some stars roaming around. I don't know if you can... Apparently. I don't know how true that is. I don't know if you can actually taste them. Go search with that one over there. And see if you can actually find any.
This Bonnie is so
That one, I mean the
limited.
other familiar.
Oh, I can already tell you that they're Mom's the one who did it.
See, I'm wondering if you can figure out anything more, but that requires investigation and some gods. Go use it as like a test run for yourself. Does that sound good?
Well, I don't taste them. This Bonnie might be too limited, but it would be fun to look.
Could you?
I think I can give it a test.
Yeah. Could you please go do that then?
I'll see you later, Malfritters the mailman.
Take care, Trickster.
I like I can breathe.
Yeah. You know what?
My choice
Valid.
is not. You seem.
I'll say it.
Hello.
Is something funny, Badal?
Have you learned what bottom means?
Oh, hello.
And what's your name?
I'm proud of you.
Also unionized two more of the familiar.
You seem like a peculiar creature.
Hold on, I'm gonna do
my
something
name's
funny.
Joe.
Hold on.
Joe. Good to meet you, Joe.
Nice to meet you. Do you have a name?
I've been given the name.
I guess I can't really shake your hand.
Currently. Oh, we can still try.
What? I didn't even fucking say it. Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! I'm sorry. We get the RP more. Shut the fuck up! Oh, hooray. We do get the RP more.
Yeah.
Oh, bye.
And I just appeared. I'm coming with.
Now, let's go.
I got pulled away.
Oh, it's that bird. It's that fucking bird.
Yeah, it's me. Yeah. Yeah, fucking. Is that a chair? Is Stone sitting on a chair?
Is it? No.
There's a fucking chair there for me. Hold on, they're getting in position.
That's also really bad.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I got to witness that shit in real time.
Yeah, I didn't realize it did this, so I did it.
Aren't you fucking horrifying?
And then its just tail floats off.
It's going.
Who is my favorite abomination?
models too.
Me, I am.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go get back into position for your conversation that I walked in on in the last 20 seconds. Oh my fucking god, you're so slow! You're so slow!
Same fucking time, what do you mean?
You're so slow! I'm so fucking fast! I'm so fucking fast! You can't stop me!
You are so fucking fast. Goddamn.
Yeah, that's Irenaeus'
I
speed.
think we're gonna have to kill that guy.
That'd be
Yeah, I
rude.
think we are gonna have to kill that guy, actually.
You wouldn't want to be rude, would you?
I'm never rude.
You're lucky that Faye is protecting your name.
You're rude constantly.
I don't know what you're talking about. I genuinely, like, that's not even me being, I just realized that that sounds like me being rude again. But I genuinely just don't understand, like, I mean, I understand in the moment when I'm, like, unintentionally rude, but I just don't, like, when, you know, things happen and you tell me that I'm rude and I don't get it.
You are actively racist towards Beastkin.
I'm not racist. You're just small and petty.
So I thought we were still out of character. All the shit I said before, I wasn't. He didn't say that.
Extremely soft hair.
Recon.
Rickon. Hi, my name is John.
Hey, John.
Hey, John. I did have to stop myself from saying my name was John for when you asked me it earlier. Hey guys, my name is John. What the fuck? You can levitate, what?
Recon.
Yeah, you can do that. It's probably
Recon.
the wind surrounding me. That also, I don't know where Gio and the other ones went. I think they just suddenly dematerialized.
The fuck's got them. The shadow.
That'd be very concerning. Like Diane.
It would be. Do you know where they went?
No, I do not know where they went.
They went
They also seemingly just dematerialized in front of my own very eyes.
Interesting.
They were hungry.
Speaking of which, do you have any more strawberry seeds?
I do.
Strawberry. Is that what you feed them?
Here.
Yes. Delicious. Amazing.
Right.
Why are you looking at me like that?
You're going to dry out your lips.
I don't think it has lips. It's a beak.
Are you a ventriloquist?
Not me. No. What do you mean?
It's okay. We just hear little Lyra speak. Little Lyra speak.
Oh, okay. Yes, do let me speak. I love hearing myself talk.
What do you mean she's a
I'm
ventriloquist? Her mouth and move.
This one developed a voice quickly then.
What?
I had a voice the moment I showed up here. Is that uncommon for you?
And how much do you remember of before?
Not
You
much.
have.
Mostly trees. Some snakes. Things like that.
Oh, it sounds like Squidward when it walks.
What the hell is a Squidward?
Neptunian, Bard. You might need to watch that axe, Lilith.
You're pushing me around.
She does that. She doesn't watch where it goes.
My bad. Sorry. I coughed and nearly threw up. What's going on?
Oh, I'm like,
Damn.
way earlier.
So you don't remember much.
No, I don't. Do you remember much? You seem to be a bird, but a much larger bird than myself.
You also have... Are those teeth?
Yes.
Where do you come from, then?
It's not a name you'd recognize.
Try me.
No.
Do you have a name, then?
My summoner gave me the name of Trickster.
Interesting. Well, my summoner, Europa here, gave me the name Lyra.
Lyra.
Why are you looking at me like that? Yeah.
Well, it's interesting to meet you, Lyra.
What's so interesting about it?
I don't often get to meet the new Fae.
What do you mean, then?
I had thought I was clear. What do you mean?
My memory is a bit fuzzy of the times before I got here.
How interesting. It took your memories. You might be older than I thought. What's your agreement with your summoner? I'm curious.
I'm here for entertainment. He's promised me a show. And I must say, in the 2 weeks I've been here, it has been very, very entertaining. Plus, the strawberry seeds are really fucking delicious.
From what I see, I think you'll get it. I don't suppose you felt the stars walking around, have you?
I was there with Europa in the watching Europa silently from the background when he was in the summoning room.
I mean right now. They haven't left. They're still here. They like to stick around.
You know, I haven't felt their presence.
Shame. What unsurprising.
At least.
This body is too limited. None of the senses.
It is indeed. At least the strawberry seeds are really tasty, though.
I haven't really tried them.
You should.
I've
I've also been informed of the existence of the pumpkin seeds as well. Oh, yes.
I tend to find myself liking a bit more of a carnivorous diet.
A bit nasty to say the least, but it does make sense considering you have teeth.
It's something that was on the form when I received it.
What
When
does
they
need
fit
taste
me
like?
in this
It's savory. It's a story. There's history in meat that there isn't in seeds. I recommend you give it a try. Seeds just grow. That's all they are. Meat has hardship. It has loss. It has victories and pain and hate.
Usually just tastes salty. I don't really get that whenever I have it.
Well, you are not much like me, Europa.
That's
Shame I
to
don't
be
have
expected. Your senses are limited, constrained. You come from a place too pounded. I don't much mind it.
He's soft.
Thank
I think he's actually like really hard, but like the feathers are really kind of nice. I'm soft too, you know.
I know.
Yeah, dang. Thank you. Pet me more, though. Okay. Europa, if it is not too much trouble, I'd be interested in trying meat one of these days.
Are you sure?
I may not have teeth like this trickster here, but his descriptions of it have intrigued me, to say the least.
I'll give you a portion of the whole recipe that I have.
You may need to be a little older to get the accents and the deeper flavors.
And do you like bone broth?
I'm not familiar with that, actually.
It's delicious. Yes.
When I cook it, I'll tell Mel to bring you. Or I'll just assume that you'll show up.
One of the two will definitely happen.
Right.
Probably.
I was going to have it tonight. You two are joining, by the way.
Oh, yeah, sure.
We're having my dad's do later.
Ooh.
Nice. Nice.
Still can't stop thinking about it. He did just make it the other day. I can't look at it over my head.
What stores did you call down?
Did I call down?
Yeah.
Or did we call down?
Oh, there were more.
And that is the question you need to ask Irenaeus. I know what I did.
Irenaeus.
Whatever he did is...
I don't yet know that name. Who is Irenaeus?
Okay. Lyra, would you mind explaining your Aeneas to the best of your ability? I feel like you'd be able to explain it better.
He is quite an obvious character around here. He's very bright, white, many wings, eyeballs on the wings. He's usually seen flying around, standing around, walking places, blasting laser beams of light into cliff sides, things like that.
A true blood, then.
Yes.
To my knowledge, yes.
I haven't seen one of those in a long time. I think your summoner is having issues.
I have a lot
It's
of
okay.
issues.
He does have a lot of issues.
It'll get better.
Apparently.
Not the least of which being that he seems to break his spine every so often.
That sounds unhealthy.
I don't have bones.
Which I was just going to ask, you don't have bones. I just realized you're made of clouds.
And what's your name? I don't know you.
Letty.
Letty. Good to meet you.
You should pet him. He's really soft.
I think I'll refrain.
You say that on about everything small.
It's usually small things are just softer.
Quite soft.
How can you feel things through your gloves?
I took this one off.
You were
I
stupid.
am quite soft.
Let me see this. Here, wait.
The fuck asses 1, 2, and 3. 20 minutes are up.
Let me know how the meet goes, Lyra.
I hope you all had a good time tonight and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Keep throwing me, save me!
I need... literally 3 years.
Fuck-ass returns victorious, having convinced another Fae
There's that fucking
to
bird.
try and meet.
That fucking bird that I hate. There's that fucking bird that I. There's that fucking bird that I hate.
I'm very soft, but all pet me.
He's very soft. Look at him.
Yes,
It does look really soft.
pet my little
It's like the
head.
same feathers that my cockatiel used to have.